importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy... como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built
Deputy
has
Clerk,
been...
roll call, please.
Chairman Gordy,
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern, here. Supervisor Hashak,
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Here.
and Supervisor Williams.
Good morning. So we're going to do a little bit of change in the agenda. We're going to, or I should say, we're going to go to closed session first. So if there's any comment on closed session items, please step forward to the microphone and identify yourself. I see none in the room. Is there anyone online? Okay, so barring none, we're going to go ahead and move to closed session. We should return no earlier than 9:30 a.m. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal, porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a hacer.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante, porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal, porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo. Entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal. Entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it, because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom, and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo, porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that, and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody
Meeting back
there.
into session at 9:58. We want to report out on the closed session. The board met in closed session to consider 6A. The board voted unanimously to accept the resignation of Director Nevedal. Okay, with that, we'll return back to our regular agenda. Let's see. So, did we skip the Pledge of Allegiance? Didn't we? Too late. All right, we'll just keep moving. All right. Next, we have agenda item number 2, public expression. So we invite members of the public to provide comment on items of interest that are not on the agenda. Members of the public in the chamber shall line up at the podium with 6 feet of distance between them. Members of the public joining via Zoom shall utilize the raise hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom portion of the screen or by pressing 9 if they're calling into Zoom meeting via telephone. Is there any public expression in the room?
Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation once again to NCO for the event, the workplace wellness event that was put on last week by Fit Pros. Best day of my career. I had a fun time. Didn't see any of you all there, but I did see a lot of insurance companies there, and hopefully they will push those things towards human resources. I didn't feel very grateful last few times. So this time I'm gonna really keep a positive note because I looked at the agenda, it looks kind of small. 4A, I wanna thank you for the vehicle abatement thing. I really appreciate that you called it AVA. 4C, County Council and the Cannabis Department. I thank you for bringing that forward. And 3C, once again, cannabis. Supervisor Mulherron for the reduction in the taxes. Should have gone a lot further. My only disappointment lately has been some of the board members being anti-marijuana after stating that they were willing to pretty much sign off on anything that would move marijuana forward. So I'm glad to see that some supervisors are moving things forward with the marijuana, which is tying everything up. It's more important in this county really than anything, mainly because of the money that's been lost with the anti-cannabis supervisors and people writing the law behind them in the county in the past. I hope that changed. I hope they listen to the people that are here today that always come to speak. The most intelligent people I've ever heard in my life. I mean, I listen to them just because it's fun. Okay, and then 3D Veterans Arts Project, thank you very much for bringing veterans forward. And then 3E, thank you with a question mark. 3E is Low Gap Park, turning the tennis court into a pickleball court.
So, excuse me, we're supposed to be commenting items that are not on the agenda. Do you have anything that you wish to comment on that's not on the agenda?
This is just general comment about that. I don't know what pickleball is. So there's no way I can comment on that without asking first. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Beverly Galton. I have been working since I was 19 years old, roughly 60 years. I'm now 79 years old, and in about 4 or 5 months, I'll be 80 years old. I have been on Social Security since I was 62 years old. I love what I'm doing for work, and I don't want to give it up. Someday, I would like to retire, but I can't. Came to California and went broke. If I was to get to $20 per hour, it would help me a lot. The job I have now is better than working in a convalescent hospital or a hospital. Less stress. Our rent in our mobile home park has gone up $30 per month, which started in November a couple of years ago, and this is the amount I pay because I signed a lease. And for the people who didn't sign a lease, pay $35 per month to Southern California. Someday you'll be in the situation of taking care of one or more of your family members. It is far cheaper to keep your family members at home instead of nursing homes and hospitals. It's a lot cheaper and a lot less stress. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Lupe Smith. I am a care provider. I take care of my husband who's got cancer. He's dying of cancer. My dad, he's got dementia, and I have a special son. I had a good job, but my priority is to take care of my family. And I went from lower money completely. And it's really hard right now to try to make it everyday food, and the gas has went up so high that it really depresses me. So I understand that you guys need to make a decision. We have 3 months, you haven't decided our wages. We need more pay. Everything's been up. The groceries, you go to the store, high. The gas, high. We're waiting for it to go down. One day, one of you guys, I understand you guys are not in my place, but one day you could be in my place. And your provider didn't come because he didn't have no gas. Who's going to take care of you? Think about it, because you know what? Sometimes I'm glad my recipient lived with me, but if I had a provider that lived somewhere else, I won't be able to make it. There's days that I don't have no gas. Thank you.
Good morning, all. We are here today to give you a small overview of what we in the caregiving workforce have gone through. I know you have heard a lot in the past. Nevertheless, the caregiving workforce is underpaid, uninsured. We get offered insurance through the union, but we will have to pay for it. And with the amount of money we are making, it's really a decision of whether buying insurance or buying food, paying rent and utilities. We are contributing as everybody else in the county. As a matter of fact, while we were waiting, I had to go and pay property taxes next door. We really need your support and your help because, like she mentioned, we are 3 months into the year and we haven't get a contract offer yet. So we need a contract that offers us the opportunity to be able to pay for the insurance and be self-dependent. The workforce and the caregiving is the fastest growing employment in the Mendocino County with around 1,800 employees right now. And we just are barely making it with the amount of money that we're getting paid. Actually mid last year, I had to prioritize whether to keep my full-time job or taking care of my 8-year-old boy. So I had to make the very difficult decision to leave my job where I was as a supervisor at a winery, where I was making a decent amount of money and able to pay for the expenses, including health, vision, dental, and life insurance for my family. With that, now with the amount of money we're making or I'm making, I am unable to pay for that, and my family is uninsured. We really have to think twice before going to the doctor's office, because without insurance, that will really put a hole in our pockets. So we really need your support on this. We need a raise, and so we can make all of those payments, pay for the insurance that is really affecting us. Thank you.
Through the chair, Deputy Clerk of the Board, Kim Saylor. Sir, may you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Valerio Baca. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Siva Gemelli, and I am an IHSS provider and have been for 25 years. I do love my job, but my job has never paid me enough to survive on, so I've always had to have 3 to 4 clients. Now, that takes up your entire day. You're working way more than 8 hours a day and way more than 40 hours a week and getting paid a very low salary. You might think that us asking, or the group, well, I'm here supporting them, here in Mendocino, because we're going to be in contract negotiations this year as well. And if you're willing to go the extra $4 and give them the $20 per hour that they deserve, that could be a start for the rest of the counties in the state of California to go to 20 as well. Why do we ask for 20? Because we're tired. I'm 68 years old. I'm homeless because my rent was $1,500 a month. And on what I make, I couldn't pay it. I need to find another home. Lake County, the start is $1,500 a month now. $20 an hour will help me take care of that. And if you can do $20 an hour for your people here in this county, the chances are we'll be able to do it for the people in Lake. And we deserve it. Believe me, we don't have health insurance. We don't get retirement. Why do you think I'm working at 68? I'm one person. My oldest son I was taking care of passed away in 2021. So now it's me. I have to support myself, keep a roof over my head, and I can't do it on what I make. We only get $16.15 a month, an hour. Please think twice when you do this contract negotiation. Give them the 20. You can afford it, and they need it. And they put it back into your county. I can't get the Board of Supervisors to understand that. If you give us what we can afford to live on, you get it back, because we can't afford to go out of the county to do our shopping. And besides, we have clients, so we can't go out. So you get the money. It helps your county. Please think about that when you're looking at the contract negotiation. $20 an hour is nothing. We're asking for $4 more than they get now. And it's taken us 25 years to get there. I started at $5.25. So think about how long it took me to get to 16. Thank you for listening.
Chair?
Yes.
I know we have a limit of 10 minutes for non-agenda items on any particular topic, but I would like a chance to just elaborate. One is everything that's been said this morning is absolutely true about this being a wonderful program and it being an essential need in every community in the United States. But I'd like to add some additional truths to this as well. So this is a Medi-Cal program. So it's a federal program, like Medicare is a federal program, or Social Security is a federal program. It is the only Medi-Cal program that county governments, a local government, is being asked to pay a portion of the cost of. But the issue is here in California, local governments don't have the authority to raise taxes on the public. Only the voters can raise taxes on the public, so voters can raise it on themselves. But the Board of Supervisors, City Council, school boards, we cannot vote to raise taxes. Only the voters can do it. So the issue here is that there is no ability of this board to, at this time, raise a tax to pay the local match for this federal Medi-Cal program and state program through Medi-Cal. So the real issue is, why is the federal government, why are the state governments not paying 100% of this federal and state program? It's absurd. It's their program, they need to pay for it. They've asked counties to administer the program at a local level, but this is a state and federal program. So the good news is our Director of Social Services has informed us that there is legislation now being introduced in Sacramento to increase the state's contribution, because they know that counties don't have the ability to raise taxes and to pay what today we're being asked to pay 17% of the cost of a federal and state program. We don't have additional money to add and even in spite of the fact that everything you've said is absolutely true. So my hope is that this state will take action, the state will step up, and the federal government will step up for this state and federal program, because it's their program. They're the ones that are benefiting fiscally by diverting, as you said, diverting people away from care facilities, which cost Medi-Cal substantially more than what you're costing the state and federal government. they're the ones that are financially benefiting. They need to step up and fully fund this program. So I'm with you 100%. I think the board is with you 100% on the value of this program. It's just a matter of how do we fund it. We don't have the money to fund what is a federal and state program, and this is the only Medi-Cal program that county government is being asked to fund.
Supervisor Hasjak.
I guess, thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up question is, where are we with that? Does the Director of Social Services know what the status is of that bill, or are our lobbyists aware of it? Are we working on it? And is there a status report?
Cesar Alvarado with the CIU. AB 1672, is that the one that you're referring to? It's gonna do statewide contract negotiations. So we're not longer gonna negotiate with you. We're gonna negotiate with the state of California. But that's gonna take some time. That's gonna take some time. Raising taxes is gonna take time. We can't wait. That's the thing. This is your community. I understand there is, it's a federal and a state, but it's also a local government program. This is Mendocino County, This is the elderly, the disabled of Mendocino County. So counties need to take responsibility because it's society, it's members of your community that we're talking about, So let's work. Let's I know there's been a budget mess, but let's try to figure it out and find ways. Yes, I think I met with some of you at one point to talk about maybe finding different ways to pay for the program, and we can sit down and go over, but that's for the future. Right now, gas is expensive, eggs, everything. So let's try to find a solution for now and for your community. Thank you.
We don't get Medi-Cal. I'm in the middle class.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Lupe Smith. I don't get Medi-Cal. I have to pay for my extra insurance, and it's not cheap. I'm not a medical person. I can't get in that department. Do you understand that? They don't give me Medi-Cal. I can't get insurance to get my glasses. I have to pay the union. Yeah, they help us out, but we still have to pay from our pocket. So I have to stop buying eggs so I could pay my insurance. We're not a medical department program. The recipient may be because they're in SSI, but not us. We're just middle class working people. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had kind of a robust discussion on this. Does someone have something else new to offer in the discussion that we haven't heard?
My name is Annie Gould. I'm from Ukiah. The only thing I want to say is that down on page 8 of the agenda, you're deciding to change the salary range from $53 through $64 an hour to $59 through $66 an hour for a assistant chief probation officer. So if you're going to offer that kind of range, that kind of increase for somebody one person, what would it take to get $4 an hour, $3.50 for us? Because we're doing an important job. It's really hard to get new people signed up for this program because of the wage disparity. They can get more in fast food than they can doing this important job. It's better work to do this job. Let's encourage people to do it by offering them a wage. Thank you.
I know I've already been up there, but I would like to respond to what he has to say. My name is Siva Jameli. I've already been up here once, but in what you said that the state and the feds are responsible for our program and they expect the county to put in 17%. That's true. But what you forgot to add was you get money back from the state of California. Not on time probably, but you still get the funding back from the state for what you've paid in. And if we're not worth the extra $4 an hour, who are you going to get to take my place? Because I can't do this job many more years. I'm 68. So I'm going to have to find something else. I do get Social Security. But no, the county is responsible for our program. It's when we get told what the guidelines are, it's from the program, from the county. When we get a client, it's from the county. It's not from the state, and it's not from the feds. Yes, they put some money into the program, but so do you. And I'm sorry if I sound angry, but I didn't mean to make it that way. But thank you for listening.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to speak about the county charging fees for public record requests. Per Supervisor Williams' comments about not getting enough public interest about charging for public record requests, the general public won't know that the county is charging for public records until they do one. And the public counts on the representatives to have their best interest in mind, on making these decisions. There isn't enough information on the county website. Example is the budget. Any line items have to be requested to even get a breakdown of what's in the budget. I'm wondering, Supervisor Williams, if you've ever used the Next Request system to get information. You have easy access, so it's easy to say, oh, well, let's charge for them, but it's, there's a lot to it. Also, I do requests, and this is the Freedom of Information Act. Transparency is key here. If there's this restriction of information is based on if you can afford records, it gives the perception that the county is hiding information if we're going to charge for them. And honestly, I feel like this would add a cost to the county. First, someone will have to calculate how much information will be included in the request and the cost, which we haven't heard any proposed amounts of what this would cost. Billing, that's another payment system in the county to have to process these requests amounts. And also this would require more accounting and payment tracking, which I'm assuming would fall on the already overloaded auditor controller office. So it just sounds like a whole nother department that we're gonna have to come up with to just deal with charging these fees. On another note, at the last meeting in the consent calendar, you approved hiring an attorney for the Johnson & Johnson opioid settlement. And I'm just curious where that money will be located if we get money from that. Is it going to be used like the PG&E funds that's used when the budget or when the board has shortfalls, or is it going to be used for mental health and substance abuse? Thank you.
Chair, I have a response.
Go ahead.
Public records are the people's records, and I see that we have a board that's unanimous on making the people's records available. The issue is, when a public records request, and Carrie, this includes some of yours, one of yours I know costs us thousands of dollars to produce. When the request isn't just for a document, but it's for a research project, it's tens, maybe hundreds of hours of staff time, hours of attorney's time. That's also the people's money that we're trying to manage. And I look at those requests and wonder, the amount of redaction, it won't be useful to anybody, and when it costs $10,000 or $50,000, is that the best use of public funds? Supervisors do have good access to get records from staff. When I ask staff and they tell me how much time will be involved, and I calculate roughly the dollar amount I think it'll cost, most of the time I back off. I narrow my search down. I ask for less. Do I really need that information for policy matters, or is there another way to get at it? I think you have a board that every turn is trying to reduce the county's operating expenses. So I'm with you on, if there's a public record you want and you name it, or you can describe it so that staff can quickly make a copy and give it to you, by all means, that shouldn't have any cost. But is there a dollar amount where it's just an abuse of the system? Is a $100,000 PRA appropriate? Right? What if you have 10 people entering those, and now we're looking at $1 million? We're not going to be filling any potholes. So it's tough to be in this position of balancing the public's right to public records with managing public dollars for the best use.
Anyone else who cares to comment?
Chair of the Board McGurty, members of the Board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. My name is Garrett James. I am the Acting Emergency Services Coordinator here in Mendocino County. Tomorrow, Wednesday, March 29th, the National Weather Service will be conducting a tsunami communications exercise between 11 a.m. and 12 noon. The exercise will be testing the emergency alert system, which will have interruptions on TV and radio stations and activate the NOAA weather radios and tsunami sirens. This test is designed to ensure that these systems work properly during a real-world event. If you are watching television between 11 a.m. and 12 noon on Wednesday morning, expect to see a crawler at the bottom of the screen indicating that a tsunami warning has been issued, and hear a voice indicating that this is only a test. If you do not hear the TV audio, please remember that this is only a test. If you are listening to the radio, you will hear alerting tones followed by voice announcing that the test is occurring. If you have a NOAA weather radio with public alert feature, the radio will automatically turn on and you will hear the same message as broadcast on radios. In some areas, you may also hear the sounding of a tsunami siren. When you hear or see the warning test on March 29th between 11 a.m. and 12 noon, you do not need to take action. You do not need to evacuate your home or business, and please do not call 911 or local authorities. This is only a test. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public expression in the room? If not, we do have one voicemail.
Hello, yes, this is Jim Shields from Laytonville, and this is for public expression, specifically items not listed on the agenda. For the past 7 months, subsequent to the Board of Supervisors approving ordinance number 4507, also known as the CPR ordinance, the board has been faced with challenges regarding the legality of the ordinance from media organizations, good government groups, county residents, and at least one supervisor, John Haschek. The crux of the dispute is whether the ordinance's provisions relative to duplication fees complied with the California Public Records Act. The CPR specifies that, quote, copies of records may be obtained for the direct cost of duplication unless the legislature has established a statutory fee. The direct cost of duplication includes the pro rata expense of the duplicating equipment utilized in making a copy of a record and conceivably the pro rata expense in terms of staff time, that is salary and benefits, required to produce the copy. A staff person's time in researching, retrieving, mailing the record is not included in the direct cost of duplication, end quote. The courts have ruled that, quote, the direct cost of duplication is the cost of running the copy machine and conceivably also the expense of the person operating it. Direct cost does not include the ancillary tasks necessarily associated with the retrieval, inspection, and handling of the file from which the copy is extracted, end quote. In direct contravention of the CPRA's unambiguously restrictive fee-setting phrase, the direct cost of duplication, Ordinance 4507 unlawfully permits the county to include in record duplication fees costs for, among other things, staff time spent searching, researching, reviewing, and redacting records. Supervisor Haschek, who originally voted with his colleagues to approve the ordinance, has since had a change of mind regarding his vote. He stated that while in attendance at a recent California State Association of Counties conference, he learned that while counties are legally allowed to recover the direct costs of document reproduction, those costs cannot include the ancillary time staff spent on non-reproduction tasks. Supervisor Haschek now advocates for the repeal of the ordinance. I believe the foregoing summary fairly captures the core of the dispute surrounding this ordinance. I could go on at length amplifying the narrative and legal argument, but I believe most of us at this time have enough familiarity with the issue that it's unnecessary to do so. Therefore, I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors, as soon as possible, place on the meeting agenda an item to rescind, repeal ordinance number 4507, the so-called CPA ordinance. Thank you for your consideration of this matter. Once again, I urge you to repeal ordinance number 4507.
Supervisor Haschek.
in light of those comments, I would bring it as an agenda item if I had someone else who would co-sponsor it with me.
I think this is probably something for us to ponder and get back to you on.
Very good.
All right. With that, I think we're done with our public expression.
Lillian Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We do have 2 online comments, or people on Zoom that would like to comment.
Don Hess.
Through the chair, if I may. Don Hess, you are muted. If you are trying to talk, you would need to unmute your microphone for us to hear you.
Sorry about that. Good morning. Honorable members of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. My name is Don Hess. I would like to bring to your attention today a federal grant funding opportunity recently announced that has real potential to help our county fill some obvious gaps we have in our electric vehicle charging infrastructure network. First, a bit of background. In 2019, MCOG released its Zero Emission Vehicle Readiness Plan. In this well-documented report, which makes a strong case for EV charging infrastructure based on the anticipated rate of adoption of EVs and state of California climate goals, a number of locations were listed as targets for infrastructure. However, among the recommended sites that still lack any public charging capability are Gualala, Boonville, Mendocino, Westport, and Covelo. That same year, I became a member of GMAC, and among my primary interests was securing public EV charging for our coastal community. In 2020, GMAC passed a resolution urging you, the Board of Supervisors, to support the expansion of EV charging to Gualala. A few opportunities came and went in the interim, leaving me and others on GMAC feeling frustrated that, as an unincorporated area, we could not succeed in this effort that we felt was important both for our local economy and as a way to mitigate climate change. Then in 2022, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, within which was $7.5 billion to expand the EV charging network nationwide. As a result, on March 14th, the U.S. Department of Transportation announced a notice of funding opportunity that specifically targets communities in rural and underserved areas. Deadline for submitting an application is May 30th. Mendocino County, if it chooses to act in a timely manner, now has the chance to significantly expand its EV charging network by extending it to locations that have missed out in the past. I stand ready to assist in this effort if needed by working with county staff and MCOG to ensure that our county is successful and will be better prepared for the needed and inevitable transition to an electrified transportation system. I would like to finish with a quote from the IPCC's AR6 mitigation report from 2022. And I quote, "Electric vehicles powered by low greenhouse gas emissions, electricity, have large potential to reduce land-based transport greenhouse gas emissions on a life cycle basis. But they require continued investments in supporting infrastructure to increase scale of deployment." Thank you for your time, and thank you, supervisors, for all the work that you do to keep Mendocino County running.
Next, we have comment from Supervisor Haschak.
Well, yeah, in light of those comments, that I just had a conversation with Janet Orth from MCOG, who knows a lot about the EV charging stations and all of that. She's been very involved for many years on it. And I sent that application, or the grant, we're communicating with the CEO and General Services to see what possibilities there are for capacity for the county to apply.
Yeah, I know there's other communities that would like to have charging stations as well, including Hopland.
How will that come back to us?
I just sent it off this morning or yesterday and see where we are as a county. Can we step up and apply?
Thank you, and it has my support.
Good. We have Stan Anderson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Stan Anderson over in Fort Bragg. I would request that you pull item 3C from the consent calendar, so further discussion. I believe you have some issues there that haven't been fully explored in spite of all the words that have been said. So I would request that you pull item 3C from the consent calendar for further discussion. Thank you.
Okay, is that everyone for our public expression? With that, we can move on to the next item, which is item 4A, discussion and possible action, including...
What about the consent calendar?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep jumping ahead of myself. Consent calendar, item 3. And clerk, have we established proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Does anyone want to pull any items for separate consideration?
Yeah, Chair, I would like to pull item 3C.
Supervisor Hasjack?
Yeah, I'd like to pull items 3H and 3G.
Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Hi, Carrie Shattuck. I'm just curious on 3F with the drought declaration. I'm wondering when our drought actually ends now that our reservoirs are full and what that constitutes for ending an emergency declaration. Thank you.
No, as I understand it, we continue to have the drought emergency because we have reimbursements in place for some of the emergency actions that we've taken. Am I correct on that, CEO Antle?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's why we still have it on our agenda. So it'll continue for some time as we work our way through various expenses that we've incurred.
Good morning, supervisors and county staff. I'm Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm speaking in support of item 3C. This is an essential item to pass exactly as written today to avoid any possible delays on implementing and bringing as many of our locally licensed operators back into prioritization as possible. I think it's really important to note that through the course of this program, as has been communicated in county documents, the Cannabis Department's revenues through taxes has been over $20 million since the inception of the program, which is over $8 million more than projected. And so there's no question that cannabis operators have been contributing from the license program at a significant rate to the coffers of the county. But that just is one element of how it contributes to the county. Also, funds are going into local businesses, schools, gas stations, restaurants. The economic driver that cannabis is in this county is an essential part of the rural ecosystem that's so delicate that we live in. And so to be able to bring these people back in and enable the collection of past due taxes that may otherwise not be collected to the tune of potentially $4 million, which would bring us to about $12 million over what had been projected originally. So contributions are not a question. The question is, can these folks survive to stay in the licensed market, so when the market turns around and we see the uptick and the products are valued and they're able to sell direct to consumers, as we're seeing at the state level being introduced through AB 1111 again this year. So there's all types of things happening all over the state, other jurisdictions, to create stability for the legacy licensed cannabis community. Also, no other businesses in Mendocino are subject to the federal tax regulations that cannabis businesses are, which indicate that cannabis businesses cannot write off anything besides cost of goods sold. So for all the members of the public who have been saying, we all pay our taxes, there's no business in Mendocino where taxes are levied at the rate, the volume, and as often as with cannabis. So we urge everyone to understand that this is a downturn that the cannabis industry is facing. It's been a significant challenge bringing people into the regulated market. The state has intervened and working with the county to try and solve several of the issues that we're seeing here. And this is a key part of this overall program to try to save as many of our locally licensed operators as possible from not being able to participate in the license market. So we're grateful to Supervisor Mulhern for bringing this forward and for the GGC for bringing it forward. We're grateful to the board for adopting the first reading, and we sincerely urge the board to fully adopt this as written with no changes today so it can go into effect and we can get people reprioritized. Thank you.
Okay, so I see we have Peter McNamee on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Peter McNamee. I too have concerns about item 3C, the cannabis amnesty program, and question the wisdom of pressing forward for the enactment of this program at this time. My concern is primarily fiscal in nature, in the sense that the county has received various alerts from the county staff, the CEO's office, about potential deficits that the county faces in several programs, and the uncertainty as to how the fiscal issues that the county confronts will ultimately be resolved in an equitable and strategic fashion to move the county's economy forward. I would question any program at this point that calls for reducing anticipated revenues, and would recommend in the alternative that you consider all of those types of initiatives as part of the budgetary process that you are embarking upon. We are almost in April now. We have a few months before the next fiscal year. It would seem appropriate in examining your budgetary and fiscal concerns to delay action on this type of an initiative until you've weighed all of the economic consequences and concerns that the county faces going forward, and then make a decision based on the best interests of the entire county. So I request that you consider that and postpone moving forward on this program at this time. Thank you.
Okay, next phone number ending in 6514.
Caller, you can unmute yourself by pressing *9. You are actually going to unmute yourself by pressing *6, not *9.
Can't seem to be able to get through to caller 6514. Let's go on to Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, Monique Ramirez, District 3. I too want to offer support for item 3C. And just for the rest of the public, I just want everyone to realize that we're not saying that we're not going to have cultivators pay taxes at all. In fact, we're just removing the interest and penalties for prior years. And in those prior years, I feel like the cultivators that were unable to pay their taxes probably was due to products that they sold that they actually never got paid on, or were affected by the Redwood Valley fire or the August complex fire, having smoke damage and crop loss. Those are really real things that happened to many farmers throughout our county, and many still tried to pay. I actually went in to pay my taxes one quarter and was standing in the back of the line of a man that came forward, and he lost his entire house. He lost everything. And he was also a cultivator and was trying to see if there was any relief for him. And it was tragic to listen to the staff person tell him, "I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. You're still being held liable to pay this tax." And it was just heartbreaking, like on a humanitarian level. So I just want people to realize that this is not to just give everyone a free break at all. And I think if you lost your home and everything, that I would hope our county would do what we could to provide some sort of relief for that situation. So I really support Supervisor Mulherin and the rest of this board for your diligence in trying to make something that's workable. And it's still holding people liable to their taxes, but taking away those interest and penalties. And this is what's going to keep us going into the future and actually continue to generate more revenue as we move forward, because we need to have businesses stay afloat in this county. And it's also just been a hardship too to be an operator. The state is also recognizing that there are a lot of operators that have been unable to pay to their distributor, to their farmer, across the supply chain. And so there is a bill coming forward to try to figure out how we can make sure that people are protected across the entire supply chain, which highlights that there is a problem with payments like across the entire industry in California. So this is not just unique to Mendocino County, and we can also look to our neighboring counties and that they've provided certain tax reliefs as well. So this is not something that's just unique to Mendo. So thank you again, you guys. I really appreciate your diligence on this item, and I hope that it does pass as written today. And also support to MCA as well. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Stan Anderson.
Good morning again. Thank you very much, Stan Anderson over in Fort Bragg. I really oppose this measure mainly because I have real concerns on whether the retroactively writing off $2 million would not otherwise be considered a gift of public funds. The California state constitution prohibits that. And I think part of the issue is that you've got people that for whatever reason haven't paid their taxes for some 4 years. And consequently, you say, well, you only have to do half of it. Well, what about those that already paid their taxes? The director of the cannabis that spoke earlier said, well, we've given $8 million to already contributed to the county, and so why go for the other 4 million? Well, the problem is if they've already given 8, why haven't some of those already paid their taxes? To give there's a public benefit option on the gift of public funds, and that says if it's for the betterment of the community. But the problem is, if you go ahead and give this $2 million rebate, or not so much a rebate, a forgiveness, there's no guarantee if they haven't paid the taxes in the past that they're going to pay them in the future. No, I don't think any member of this board would want to lend a person $100 and not knowing they might not get it back. Oh, maybe you would. The other issue is, as you've heard so eloquently expressed by many speakers about the in-home services rates, how can you justify recognizing not paying the county matching funds that are required, the 17%, if you're going to give $2 million in rebates to 297 people? It doesn't make sense. I hope you'll reconsider that portion of the bill and take into account the broader effects and the possibility that in giving that money, giving them that rebate, there's no chance you will ever get it back or make it up, because you're going to be making it up with my taxes that I pay for other county services. Thank you.
We have a Zoom caller identified as H.
Good morning. This is Hannah Nelson. Sorry, I didn't type in my whole name. Somehow technical error. I would like to support this issue and remind the board to really take a look at the analysis that has carefully been conducted by Supervisor Mulhern and staff and the tax collector. I think it lays out well the potential gains and the fact that this very much will result in a net gain, most likely, rather than a deficit in terms of past taxes. Also, I'd like to address a commenter's previous comment regarding waiting and pausing and seeing how this all plays out with other budgetary items. There is a very specific time sensitivity because of the nature of the licensing at the state level and people staying in the system and whatnot. I think that this plan was very carefully thought out and balanced a lot of interests and is directly aimed at supporting the maximization of income to the county rather than draining it further. Thank you for your consideration.
Next, we have Corinne Powell.
Good morning, and thank you for discussing this item. I'm Corinne Powell. I am a cultivator, and I'm also one of the ones who has begged, borrowed, and stolen in order to pay my taxes. I want the public to know that it is in the interest of the county to collect some of these back taxes rather than have permittees who have been unable to turn a profit and are losing money to comply with this particular structure that was adopted in 2016 when the conditions of the marketplace and the conditions in Mendocino County were very different. This is an opportunity to allow for payback to the county, items they may not collect otherwise, and to take a step back and review the structure currently in place. It's been reported that cannabis revenue from taxation has not been applied as originally approved by the voters in 2016. We need to revisit that so that the public understands where this money is going. So thank you for reviewing this. I want the public to also remember that this is a temporary situation and that in the future, the board has authority to improve the system, make it more equitable for both cultivators and the tax collector's office, quite frankly. This is a time for thinking prospectively, thinking about economic development as opposed to just a cash cow as cannabis was considered previously, and now an industry that can have a 2-year assistance program. I wholeheartedly support this item. I thank staff and Supervisor Mulhern for diligently continuing to expose how we can do things differently and better. Thank you for your consideration. Please adopt this as recommended today.
Next, we have someone who's only identified as Zoom user. Please identify yourself, please.
Hello there, this is Chantal Simon Pietri from Mainspring Consulting calling in support of 3C. I recommend that it be adopted as proposed. In echoing previous comments that have been submitted, this concept has gone through rigorous review and contemplation initiated by Supervisor Mulhern, including conversations with all stakeholders, a public town hall, conversations with the cannabis industry, conversations with the various county offices that are impacted and helped to craft a solution that would be workable and time sensitive. And that overall it is a net gain for the county. It is a temporary solution with the long-term view in mind. Continuing forward with the current taxation structure without the change proposed in 3C is short-sighted and based upon old thinking as the cannabis industry as a cash cow, which it is not. I ask all board members to please review the comments that were discussed at the State Senate by the chair of the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development. I think Professions is also in the title of that committee, when they had the all day long forum on the cannabis industry, and taxation was discussed as a critical issue in multiple jurisdictions in rural counties such as ours, as well as large urban districts such as Los Angeles. And basically the closing comment was that it's time for governments to stop looking at the cannabis industry as a cash cow to cover their shortfalls. It is a reputable, contributory economic driver in our region, but right now currently bearing too large of a proportional burden of taxation based upon income. And the current reality is that the quantity of cultivators that are deprioritized because of their inability to pay taxes, back taxes, has people stepping out of the program such that no collection of those due amounts, current or future, are going to come to fruition if there is not some sort of accommodation made and a change done soon. So thank you for listening. Have a great day. That's all. Bye.
Next, we have Paul Hansberry.
Good morning. This is Paul Hansberry, lovingly and legally. The 3C and the tax reform is a wonderful compromise, and I want to applaud Supervisor Mulherin for diligence in bringing this forward. And it was well thought out, as has been expressed by a number of commenters. It's a wonderful compromise because of the way that the tax law reads right now, in a way that they could reduce it without abolishing it altogether. I mean, the way that the tax was structured back in 2016, when the price of cannabis was so high, no one saw the crash coming. But even so, if you have a license that you pay for, and then you have to pay for product regardless of if you sell it or not, that would be like getting a fishing license and then being taxed on how many poles you have every year, along with the renewal for the license. It just doesn't make sense. There's no other tax model like that. So in an effort to be a bit more fair and to maybe catch up on something and allowing for the downturn in the industry, I fully support this reduction, and I think that it's a first step in a true normalization and reform in fair taxation. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is all of our calls on Zoom. Is there any other speakers? Okay. At this point, we can have a motion to approve balance of the consent calendar.
Oh, balance of the consent calendar, absent the three items that were pulled by Supervisor Hashak and myself.
Correct.
So moved.
Well, I just wanted to pull 3G for comment.
Okay, so yes, I have 3C, 3H, and 3G.
So if I could just say with 3G, I've attached the U.S. Forest Service aerial survey for the tree mortality that shows the 1.3 million trees and 97,000 acres in Mendocino County that are affected. So it's attached to the agenda item.
Okay, thank you. So now we're talking about holding on to 3C, 3H for discussion and passing the rest of the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Move approval of consent calendar except 3G and 3C.
Second.
Okay.
No, it was 3H.
Yes, 3H and 3C.
Restated, move approval of consent calendar except 3C and 3H.
I'll second the revised motion.
Okay. Roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Chair McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, now we'll consider 3C. Who has comments on it?
Yeah, so on 3C, so just as a general rule, I always want to support, if we have two supervisors working on an issue, I want to find a way to vote yes on an item that they've worked on. And so that's just my attitude going for this and any other item. And late in the afternoon when we were discussing this item along with the public, I was looking for a way to say yes. It was also stated many times that the back taxes, perhaps all $4 million owed in back taxes, could be paid to the county from state grants that the state or the county is attempting to administer. And in fact, we had one county employee who said that in our meeting. After the meeting, I was informed by county staff that it may not be possible to pay the back taxes or not all of the back taxes. And it's far from certain that we will get $2, $3, $4 million in back taxes paid through that grant program. So then I had to reconsider, did I think this was a wise move? And in fact, we have a memo from staff outlining the projected negative fiscal impact to the county budget if we adopt the 50% tax cut for 2 years, the 20, just showing us examples, a 20, a 10, and a 5 as other examples. And looking at that, I don't know where we're going to find the cuts in the budget. I don't see that as, I think we've got a number of structural problems with the county's budget, and I don't want to be adding to that. And I do appreciate the fact that staff brought this to our attention after the meeting. I wish it had been brought to our attention prior to the meeting, but can't go back in time. So with that understanding, I then wanted to look at the totality of the proposal. I think there really are two distinct proposals that came from the standing committee, from Supervisors Mulhern and Hashak, and that is one, an amnesty program, which I'm very comfortable with because I was aware of 2 times the county had implemented an amnesty program where people did not pay penalties if they came in after the fact and obtained county building permits. Mr. Ward at the meeting actually reported it was 3 times because it was one time I was not aware of in the 1980s. So I'm comfortable with that as a strategy, and I think that would be appropriate at this time to not impose the penalties for people who are behind in paying taxes and give them this window that the committee is proposing to catch up. I do also think that Supervisor Williams had a good point about, let's do this in a way that doesn't create undue burden on the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, which we know is, understaffed and taking on a number of projects. And it would be simpler if we simply had them established a schedule to make the payments, but not as the ordinance is proposed, have a fractional payment of those back years, because someone may have 3 years, 4 years back payments. Just make complete year payments and give them a deadline. And so after the meeting, I drafted up my own version of a revised ordinance. I guess it was a communication issue. It didn't go to the board as part of this item, but we could certainly circulate it. But I think it's maybe more important just to discuss the concepts here rather than to look at specific language at this point. But I think that is a better model because we want this to work for everybody, including make it workable for the county staff. Because we've seen what's happened when we've tried to respond to the public to amend our cannabis program, inordinate numbers of times, and we haven't always figured out a way to make the cannabis program functional from a staff perspective. And I think this needs to be top of mind for us. So, one, I support a temporary amnesty to let people catch up in their back payments. I hope we are able to pay some or all of their back taxes with this program. I think it's unclear that that's the case at this point. And then going forward, the third item is I think I'm not comfortable with cutting the tax rate prospectively in 50%. I'm not comfortable with finding budget cuts in the budget because I'm not certain that we're going to get $2, $3, $4 million in back taxes paid. With all that in mind, I think the ordinance should be amended. It would require a new first reading, as I understand from talking to county staff, that to make changes of this magnitude requires a new introduction of a reading of the ordinance, and then a second reading. And but I also understand that the discussions that are going on right now with the state may allow for less urgency on this. I understand that the standing committee was trying to move as quickly as possible because they wanted to get this in place in time due to existing state deadlines. But my understanding from talking to county staff who've been talking with the state that there's a very high likelihood at this point of the deadline with the state shifting back a bit, with the state taking a bigger role in the administering of the program. With all that in mind, I do not support a 50% tax cut. I could support zero tax cut going forward, or alternately, the concept I was floating in my memo or my revision to staff was, let's see if we are able to collect some threshold of back taxes reported to the board by November 30th of this year. Because the taxes are collected on an annual basis, even though we operate on a fiscal budget. So it would be give the county staff 1 month, the end of November, to determine if the taxes collected by the end of November reach a certain threshold. I was contemplating $1 million in back taxes. Could be a different figure. And then if that occurred, if the Treasury reported that occurred, then we would have a tax cut of some kind in 2024. And so if we're able to actually collect a significant amount of back taxes, fantastic. And then in 2024, we would have some kind of tax cut in 2024. But that was as far as I was willing to go with a tax cut prospectively. So that's my summary of the 3 items that we're really looking at in this ordinance. Thanks.
Supervisor Mulhern. Yeah, since. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Well, I want to broaden so thank you, Supervisor Jurdy, and that sounds like a reasonable proposal. But I want to broaden the discussion slightly because I hear that this is a temporary downturn and no one saw the crash coming. Okay, I feel like I'm in a different reality. When voters in California passed Prop 64, that was the end of this economy. And it doesn't matter how much local businesses were benefiting from cash floating around. Those days are gone. What was a product worth thousands of dollars per pound, now hundreds per pound, soon to be tens per pound. It's not coming back. It's wishful thinking that somehow the cannabis grown in Mendocino County will be able to yield those $1,000 prices long term. Market economies drive products close to zero, profit close to zero. This is a commodity. And a temporary downturn might be McGordy's walnuts. Maybe they were $2 last year and they're 25 cents now. They may go back to $2, right? That sort of fluctuation is expected in ag. But the value in cannabis was never the product so much as the risk of incarceration. People were growing it here because they could hide it. And now that incarceration is off the table, it's not a lucrative crop. It's not going back to a $2,000 a pound product long term. And so I support not funding core government services based on a tax on drug. I don't think this is a good way for county government to operate. But the reality is, we're in a position where the program, if we cut it 50%, the revenue 50%, the program will not be self-funding, which means we're going to have to subsidize it out of general fund. I see a head shaking. If we had credible financials, we'd pull them up and we could look at this based on merit. The money the cannabis program has raised, I think we're in the red. You look at the amount of staff time, our accounting is sloppy. If you look at the amount of staff time, the amount of board meetings over a 7-year period, we're not coming out ahead on this program. If you go cutting 50% of the revenue now, we're going to be talking about what to cut from our general fund. And the items the public doesn't want to cut are public safety, roads. Supervisors probably don't want to cut the water agency, economic development, some of the other, what I would call pet projects. Those will be on the chopping block if you cut $750,000 beyond anticipated revenue. This county doesn't have an extra, well, it has 3 weeks of operating revenue. I don't think any of us want to cut into that to subsidize cannabis. So I'm where I was last meeting. I support bringing the tax to zero. I don't know how you're going to do it today and keep the department alive. I think if you cut the tax 50%, you're essentially defunding the department.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Oh, Supervisor Mulhern was first. Well, in light of those comments, because this tax system was set up when the prices were really high, and it's a new business, and so we're dealing with these normal fluctuations and trying to figure out what the price is going to be. So, you know, when the taxes were set, you know, and people were making a lot of money, then it seemed very reasonable. Now that it's very different, there's this downturn, it seems like we need to be responsive to that. And I got a phone call the other day from a person who said, hey, I came into the county treasurer tax collector's office trying to pay my back taxes on cannabis. And they told me that I couldn't pay it right now because we haven't totally passed the ordinance. I said, how much are you talking about? He said, oh, 30 to 40,000. And so I think that there will be this money coming in. I appreciate Supervisor Jurdy's thoughts on this, but I do think that there is a time, you know, like I said before, it's kind of like the trickle-up theory, is that, you know, these people are part of our economy, they're part of our community, and if we give them a break at this point, it could help to get this industry through these times. And so I'm still supportive of this. And I did talk to the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector last night, and she said if we put it off, then it will get into their tax collection, you know, property tax, the second payment of the property taxes, and so it will be more difficult. So it's better to just go ahead with it and approve the second reading. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I would like to just go back to the history of how much the cannabis business tax has brought in. And I believe it was a 6 million 2019, and then it went to 3, and then it went to 1.5. So again, the goal of this item was to protect the industry as an economic driver in Mendocino County, to make the process as streamlined as possible for the cannabis department and the auditor, treasurer, tax collector's office, whom I did consult before bringing this item forward. There are cultivators that are in the LEAP grant process that will be able to use grants to pay for their taxes. There are other cultivators that could potentially apply, and that is still allowed through the process that was discussed yesterday at the General Government Committee meeting. There are cultivators that have sat back and watched with intention before deciding how they want to move forward with the program. Given the fact that we don't even have a cannabis director, and we are about to do what I would consider our best to move forward with the state for this industry, I think a 50% tax reduction for a minimum of 2 years, or for a temporary tax reduction for 2 years, is the very least that we can do to encourage cultivators to continue to stay in the program. And the chortle was because the voters of Mendocino County did not vote for this tax to be used to fund the program. They voted for it to be used for mental health, fire EMS, and roads. And what I would like to do is to have this move forward in its second reading. I would like to come back to GGC at a future meeting with the percentage reductions that were included in our agenda item, and to codify what the voters voted for. The cannabis department, whatever happens next, which we don't know, and it's been discussed in public, what is going to happen next with the department. and with working with the state? Does it, move here or there? We have to figure that out. So however the cannabis department is going to be funded in the future is to be determined as far as I'm concerned. With this plan, the amnesty for interest and penalties would allow cultivators, if they come up with a payment plan or pay their taxes in full, which some of them may be able to do, to stay prioritized within the program so that we have a plan to move people forward through the state licensing system. And yes, we are working with the state, and I'm very encouraged about those conversations. However, we have to continue to move people through our system as well. We need to try to continue to move forward in both lanes. The 2 years of a 50% reduction was described in the budget item as a potential $750,000 if that's how much came in. We don't know if having an amnesty program and a payment program is going to bring more cultivators into our regulated system to get back onto track. In 2020, the 22 taxes would be paid in full by everybody. So then we'll know what we're looking at for that. The last estimate I heard was that we were close to hitting 1.5 for 2022. I think it's important that when we're talking about cannabis, we're talking about the economic impact to the entire community. And our very recent report from HDL shows a 42% loss in sales tax revenue from garden stores alone. And that doesn't include the contractors, the restaurants, all of the other auxiliary businesses through which cannabis cultivators spend their money in our community. So I just don't want to be short-sighted about this $750,000 potential loss in revenue, which we don't even know. I hope you all have taken a look at Patrick Seller's information that he put into e-comment about the potential improvement in compliance, and we could get to 1.9 in compliance with it was that if we're at 90% compliance, but we could stay at 1.5 with 70% compliance if that many people stay in the regulated market. And I think it's really important for the board to consider that this isn't just that $750,000 of potential tax loss. There's a lot more to it than just that. And I appreciate wanting to have a more clear path moving forward, but I think that there's urgency for this item right for now.
Yes.
So this tax was approved by voters. I think if we're going to make a change to it, it's appropriate to ask voters because they entrusted us to apply the tax fairly and to collect the tax. We haven't done it. We haven't collected the tax the people passed. To now give away the people's money because we know better than the people, I don't think it's the right procedure. And I think the reason the board doesn't send this back to the people is because we know the answer. The people will not say, cut taxes for a select few while 90,000 other people get no relief and drive on potholed roads. The real issue I have with, and Supervisor Mulhern, I appreciate you bringing it forward. It's not that much different than what I had suggested in the past. The difference for me now is I'm looking at the cost of the department saying, we're talking about this in isolation, giving a $750,000 cut as an isolated item. This talk needs to be, we're going to cut $750,000 of tax revenue, and here's what where we're going to reduce the spending, $750,000. If all we do is cut $750,000, don't be surprised when the CEO comes back with recommendations, and we're going to probably blame her. How could you suggest closing the museum? How could you suggest reducing the park? You're going to cut EDFC and West, and you're not contributing to NCO, right? She's going to take the heat of our reduction in revenue. But that's the reality. If you cut $750,000 today, you got to have a plan to come up for cuts. Unless you want to pull it from reserve. But this is not a full plan because it's just cutting into our available funds for the next 2 years without either specifying an alternate revenue source or what it is exactly that we're talking about cutting.
Mr. Chair, the alternate revenue source is the ability to bring in the funds that are back taxes that may not ever be paid if it weren't for the three items working in collaboration together. There's additional revenue that can be brought in through the payment plan and the process. And we still haven't closed our books where the auditor thinks that we have another $2 million that is going to be brought back into the, it is unclear to all of us exactly how much money we're going to lose. To say that it's going to be 750,000 exactly is just, there's nobody that has the crystal ball for that.
CEO Antle, how much do you think we will lose if we pass this today?
If I may, through the chair, if you're looking at our projection for 23-24, and you cut that in half, it's $750,000. I would also report year-to-date received. So for 22-23, this current year, we budgeted $1.5 million in cannabis business tax. We have received just over $1 million. So we'd be looking to collect $434 for this year, based on our projection. And we're pretty confident, as Supervisor Mulhern mentioned, that additional 400 will come in.
All right. Last, separate from what's being proposed, either the Mulhern or the Jurdy proposal, Chair, would you consider directing County Council to come back with refinements to 6.32, specifically the collection of cannabis business tax, to make it effective, reasonable, and legal? Because I think that's one of the core problems we have here is tax hasn't been collected. There's no mechanism to collect it. This has become an optional tax.
I do have some questions about the legality. You brought up a good point about how this was a vote of the people. So, Counselor, how is that to be treated by the board as we make policy related to it?
Well, I'd say legally, I don't know that really meaningfully ties your hands. So this was not an initiative, right? This is not something that the people put on the ballot and then voted for. This is something that the board enacted and then was sent to the people for approval. And under that process, I believe that you can reduce or repeal a tax. And in fact, I believe the tax included maximums, contemplating some level of adjustment that the board could undertake. If you were to raise the tax beyond those mechanisms, or you were to fundamentally change the nature of the tax, for example, going from gross receipts to excise or something along those lines, then you would likely need to go back to the voters.
Chair, could we see if there's support for asking County Council to bring back 6.32 reworked to be effective, reasonable, and legal?
So I could support that, but I think it's too vague. I don't know what staff would come back with. I mean, in terms of they might structure the tax, but that doesn't give them direction on the rate. It gives them direction on this, maybe potentially options for structure.
This wouldn't be for rate. This would just be the 6.32 section in regard to collection. Today, we have language that may not be effective. In other words, we can't collect taxes that are due, despite what the people and the board believed at the time.
Okay, so I would support, and as it relates to, I think that is clear enough as to how it's collected, but I still feel like the board needs to come to some conclusion on the rate. And again, I really feel like there's three separate proposals here, now really a fourth, but not contradictory. The committee brought forward an amnesty program. Support that. Maybe we could get a straw vote. Does the board support the amnesty to pay back taxes? Waiving of penalties for paying the back taxes. Maybe we get a straw vote on that one item.
Let's do that. Straw vote on that. How many people support that? Okay. So I'll agree on that.
Okay. Then the issue of ease of collection, which perhaps Supervisor Williams' comment also goes to, which was a concern that the fractional payment could create an accounting administrative problem for the tax collector. I don't want to create one more issue for the tax collector's office. So I think the fractional payment is not needed and to accomplish the same goal. So I would not want to create the fractional payment, which creates problems for the tax collector. So maybe we can have a straw vote on whether we not have the fractional payment system, but still allow a payment schedule.
I have a question regarding that. The intention of the payment at incremental levels was to give people enough time to pay the money to be in the regulated market. That was part of this entire item, is that if you're not paying, then you're not in the system. So what is your intention with that?
So we could establish in the ordinance a deadline to pay all back taxes, and working with the tax collector allow for complete year payments. So, for example, we could just say all taxes shall be paid, all back taxes shall be paid in order to remain in the program. Let's just pick a date, no later than June 30th, 2024, or some other date. But that we would not have fractional payments of back taxes, but complete years paid during that time. So that's what Supervisor Williams was saying would be, for accounting purposes, the issues that we have with our software would be simpler for the tax collector to account for.
So again, the reason that the first deadline is for this year, for 2023, is because the state timeline starts ticking as of July 1 of this year. So if you waited a full year for people to pay, they would have essentially what we've had for many years is no skin in the game, no reason to pay.
So understood.
So that's why the percentage was starting this year and then continuing to move forward.
So they would be obligated to pay at least 1 year of back taxes, and all back taxes by a date certain. So it's simply making whole year payments immediately and concluding by a certain date, rather than fractional payments immediately and through a certain date.
Sure. So again, the challenge is, and I talked to the auditor, treasurer, tax collector about this, some people owe 1 year, some people owe from 2018 to 2021. So the challenge with the auditor for having to calculate is that there could be a date, a time with which they print out a report that says, here's all of your taxes. If they, and then people could pay a fraction. So if you pay just 1 year, are you letting people choose which year? Are they paying 2019 instead of 2018? The actual work of using the tax accounting system that we have was more efficient to do it based on a percentage of the total amount due. And I also don't know, because of true ups and what people may owe for certain years that they either didn't have crop yield or they didn't have sales or what have you, perhaps they choose the year within which they made the least amount of money and pay that year instead of choosing a year where they had a higher yield and would have owed more taxes. So again, just the total amount of taxes is an efficiency rather than per year.
And did you get agreement from the auditor, controller, tax collector, treasurer that she was willing to do what you're describing?
Yes, I did. We met twice.
So Supervisor Hasjack.
With the repayments, that I think that we talked about this in the General Government Committee, and it seemed like the most reasonable approach. My talks with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector was she was on board and thought that it could move forward, and if we moved forward now, it would be better than waiting. And I just think back to a couple meetings ago when one supervisor said, anything that comes from the General Government Committee, I'll support. And so, it seems like we're trying to have this work done in the General Government Committee and then have another lengthy discussion about cannabis in the full board meeting. So I would hope that this could move forward.
Supervisor Haschak, was that me you're referring to?
I believe so.
You can call me out by name, it's all right. And I like Supervisor Jurdy, I want to support the committee. You did the hard work. You took all the stakeholder input. I'm just worried. I don't believe we're going to collect the back taxes with this scheme. And so I see we're going to cut revenue $750,000 at a time we're trying to restructure the department to be successful with permitting. I don't think that's a good plan. I don't know where else to cut. And so if you want to do it, I'm game. Let's talk about it. What do you want considered cutting to get that the $750,000 balanced?
Well, I do, oh, can I interrupt?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I do think that we are going to get a considerable amount of back taxes because these are people who want to remain in the system. And, you know, Supervisor Jurdy last year during the budget meeting proposed that we cut some of the BID taxes. And, you know, that was a substantial $400,000 savings. And yet some people who, Supervisor Williams, who didn't want to affect how it might affect the lodging industry on the coast, you know, rejected that idea.
Well, there's a plan to phase it out, but Brown Act, we're not going to bring it up today. But that's another item that's going to have to be reduced or cut, right? You look at our financials, we can't afford a lot of these programs. Certainly, we can't afford to subsidize the cannabis program.
So my analysis of it is that things have really changed for the cannabis industry from when taxation was first put in place. And like all agricultural commodities, what goes up generally must come down. And sometimes it's pretty catastrophic when it comes down. And I think we're in one of those catastrophic troughs right now. You know, I get a sense that the cannabis industry is willing to pay some level of money, probably not as much perhaps as they should have at the time. Would have been nice if they just paid up so we were not having this discussion. But here we are, you know, so we have a choice of, do you take nothing or do you take half of what probably should be paid? Do you do it in a sequential logical basis, or do you kind of say, okay, we'll wait and see what happens? So my inclination is to stick with what we have already negotiated just because so much time has been spent into it. I haven't seen anything compelling that makes me want to change my mind. I recognize that we will have budget problems, and this is perhaps leaving money on the table we should have collected. But I kind of feel like at this stage of the game, you know, here we are. We've already negotiated this via the standing committee as well as the discussion by our board before. And it just feels late in the game to be changing things very much.
Well, I would make a motion to approve item C.
Just to be clear, was that the recommended action?
Yes.
Chair, do I get a final last word?
Yes, you do.
So I want this on record because I think it'll come back probably in about a year from now when we're asking, where are the books, why aren't they closed? It'll be because the board created this extra cannabis work, partial payments. It was a manual process, and we're not going to have supplementals billed. We're not going to have books on time. I have a real issue with that. I think it's public sees one of the highest priorities is that we get our finances in order and that we can report. And then the $750,000, I would like some direction on where we will, what venue will we discuss the specific cuts. I'm ready to bring a list forward to pay for this tax handout.
Supervisor Mulhern?
With all due respect to my colleague, I think it's a discussion that we can have when the taxes come in and we find out whether we got half or whether we got twice as much. Whether we went from 1.5 to 3 because we did this. We don't know. There's no crystal ball. So I'm happy to have that discussion when we get there, when the taxes have been collected.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'm looking to the chair and county council. Following the vote on this, regardless of how the vote goes, can we have a board discussion for potential direction from the board to county council on the issue of directing county council and staff to bring back proposals to more effectively collect the tax? Could we have that potentially as a direction, if the board so chooses, as direction for the board following the vote on the motion on the floor?
If I may, through the chair, I don't know that you're really going to be able to go into detailed discussion as to what you would or would not want in a program, but if you just want to direct staff to bring back a future agenda item, I believe you've got room to do that consistent with the Brown Act.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just a question, because I had already volunteered to bring back a more comprehensive tax item to General Government Committee. So are you comfortable with the General Government Committee working with staff on a comprehensive tax item, or do you want to have that discussion at the full board level before that comes to General Government?
So the particular issue I think I want is not a global discussion about the tax. I feel like that's what we're doing right now. What I want is a specific proposal brought forward by county staff on how to more effectively collect the tax, because today we're already setting the rate. So I'm not asking for general government to go back and look at further restructuring of the tax, but I am looking for staff, at the suggestion of Supervisor Williams, to bring back proposals to more effectively collect the tax rate that today we're setting.
Thank you. Part of the conversation that happened at General Government Committee yesterday was about reprioritization, and this item was really catalyzed by prioritization. So I do think that the two might coincide together as a General Government Committee discussion, but if the board has a straw poll and wants that to just come forward separately, then I'm just not sure about the efficiency of that.
So I'm curious, is there a timeline where people have to sign up for this by? Is there a deadline by which is?
May 31st. It's we have if the second reading moves forward, we have the 30 days. The Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office has said that they will be able to have the documents ready to mail out with the true-ups so that everybody knows that it's happening, and the deadline is May 31st because that's by the date that you need to submit 25% of your back taxes in order to enter the payment plan.
Chair, my concern is we have language in our ordinance that probably isn't legal. And so we don't have a collection mechanism today. This is an optional tax. I mean, maybe you don't get renewed in the program, maybe you do, maybe that's about to change as well. But we don't have a mechanism to go after the back taxes. If we go through a court process, we're likely to spend more in the process than we would recoup in the taxes. So effectively, the county and the people approved this. As I understand, this might not have been written by an attorney. It may have been written by a former supervisor.
Well, I actually believe that this was written by a consultant who was not an attorney. And there was, because of the timing, my understanding is there was relatively minimal allowance for legal review prior to adoption. There are, I don't want to go into too much in terms of the specifics of the enforcement mechanisms, but I don't know that what's there is particularly practical as a primary enforcement mechanism. That doesn't mean there aren't ways for the board to be able to enforce what's there, but there may be alternative tools that may be more efficient, that would allow a better collection mechanism.
So Chair, what I'm asking for is that we don't do this by board committee, but we ask council to bring back with language that accomplishes the same goal that's in the code that the board previously passed, that the people approved, but worded so that it's actually effective.
Okay, so we've got, let's go ahead and hear from Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, I can agree to that, and I call the question.
Okay. All right, we're ready for the question?
Supervisor Williams?
No.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No, but I hope that the program is successful.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor McGordy?
Yes, and I hope the program's successful.
So the motion carries with Supervisors Williams and Supervisor Jurdy dissenting.
I want to be sure we understand any follow-up too. So what other agreements did we get in terms of direction to staff?
So I think we're requesting that there be direction from the chair to staff, direction from the board, but through the chair, that that county council bring back any suggestions to make collection of the tax as effective and as possible.
I do want to ask that the direction be clear as to whether that's bring back to the board or bring back to the general government committee.
I think this item just come back to the full board.
I would recommend coming back to the full board too. I think that there's the potential of maybe not having the support that I want for our general governance committee if this doesn't come to all of us for discussion. And rather than them spending their time alone, let's all do it together. Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure, speaking of time alone, so I worked on this item by myself. The original item that we had the conversation with was from April of 2022. And up until I worked on the item and brought it forward on the GGC agenda, it hadn't moved forward. So I just want to check in around timeline and priority for County Council's office. There are many priorities, and especially with cannabis. So I just want to check in what the expectations are for the timeline.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would respectively request, I understand the need on this one, but I think we've got a couple of cannabis items that are really time sensitive that are going to be very significant resource commitments in the short term. I would respectfully request that it not be until the start of the next fiscal year that we bring something back. Realistically, maybe August.
So we'll have a chance to see how this works, right? So with this agenda item, we now have put into play the ability for people to go on a payment plan. So we'll have a sense of how it's working. So maybe that'll inform you as to what mechanisms are necessary. So it might be good to wait, not to jump right into it. I appreciate the amount of work that Supervisor Mulhern's put into this and trying to find a way to fix yet another part of the cannabis program that wasn't working very effectively. So I think we're on the right path, even though probably we haven't done it to the satisfaction of all board members. We're at least trying. So let's hear it for the team, all right? Okay. Now, we still have agenda item 3H.
Yeah, agenda item 3H is about the directives, and we discussed this at the other board meeting. And I was just thinking that maybe this should be tabled until the end of the meeting, and if we have time today, which we were on schedule, but now we're a little behind. But if we do have time, it would be good to go over those directives.
Okay, so how do the other board members feel? Just drop hold. Would you like to do that, or do you think we're good where we are?
To what end? I could use clarification. Are you wanting to change a couple in specific, or you just want us to read it together?
Yeah, I think that there are some that we need to be reminded of. I think that there are some that we need to delete still, and I think it would be a good process for us to just be aware of what those directives are.
I can support it.
Supervisor Jordy, can you support the talking about it later? And Supervisor Mulhern? And I can as well. So we'll do that when, assuming there's time. At the end of the day, we will continue that item to that point. All right, so I believe we're done with our consent calendar. We're ready to move on to agenda item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution to place a measure on the March 5th, 2024 ballot to extend the collection of abandoned vehicle abatement fee for a period of 10 years pursuant to Vehicle Code Section 9250.7 and 22710. Our sponsor is Building and Planning Services. Thank you for your patience.
Move approval.
Oh, okay. Anybody want to discuss it?
It's a good program.
Well, I guess we're ready to call for the vote.
I'd say it's working, although the state should, the state
Public
should.
comment, though. Public comment.
The $1 per vehicle restoration fee, I don't know how long that's been in place, 2-3 decades. I mean, it's not keeping up with the cost of the cost of the haulers to remove those vehicles from public places, but something's better than nothing.
Well, there's a chance to change it if you don't like it, and we might talk, just query the Planning Building Services, what they they think is how we're doing with the amount of money that we have at hand.
Thank you for that question, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. And actually available on the line, I believe on Zoom, we should have our Acting Code Enforcement Manager, Gretchen McLaughlin. And I would want to give her the opportunity to respond.
Gretchen?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Yes, we can. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. As per the question regarding the $1 annual service fee, that was something that was originally established in tandem with the service authority. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can't consider options in finding the legality of extending the amount to a higher reasonable amount. But we went with the $1 annual service fee in conjunction with past practice.
I guess my assumption is that state law sets it at $1 per vehicle. Maybe I'm wrong. And if that's the case, then there's nothing can be done about it. We can only put it on the ballot requesting the $1 as authorized by the state. I'm just saying sometimes these fees are set in state statute and they're never revisited, they're never indexed for inflation, and yet cost of service goes up. So this is not money that the county is spending on county employees. This is money that's going to private contractors who are hauling vehicles to an appropriate place and off of the public right-of-way. And the cost of that is obviously substantially higher today than it was 2-3 decades ago. But unless staff is aware that we could put it on the ballot at $2 or something higher than $1. But unless that's an option, then of course I would support renewal at the existing rate. But my understanding is we have no choice but to put it on the ballot at the existing rate.
If I may, through the chair, that's consistent with my recollection of the state statute.
Okay, so the state sets it and that's it?
We can double check, but I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
This is known as the illusion of local control.
I know you're a big fan, so, other comments?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, through the chair. Yes, it is set in state statute. It's $1 for most vehicles and $2 for certain commercial vehicles.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, just a question for Gretchen. Is that, do you think that we are meeting the needs of being able to remove vehicles that are abandoned with the money we have?
Ideally, it's designed to help recoup costs in order to fund the program. In terms of where it's fulfilling, unfortunately, I don't have that information to match it up to what we're spending versus what we're receiving. We have been able to be successful at removing over 1,235 vehicles in the last 10 years. And if you saw the presentation that I added to this, there's also some general numbers within the last 5 years that mark out anything varying between like 130 to 180 average vehicles per year that we're removing these with the support of this funding.
And just for the public, is that my understanding is that if you have a RV or something like that, it could cost up to $1,000.
My colleague that's in the room with you, Brian Webb, would probably be able to speak better in terms of that price point, but I do believe it's significantly more than $1,000 for an RV.
I heard 3,200 on one from the coast.
Yeah, I know it's just a lot more expensive than a car. Brian, do you have any information?
Greetings, Brian Webb, Code Enforcement. Yes, it often is more expensive than $1,200 or $1,300. It also depends on location throughout the county. South Coast is substantially higher, and it also goes by vehicle weight and length. Also, when it comes to like a travel trailer or motorhome.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor?
Yeah, so I had brought an agenda item, I don't know, I guess, Glenn, you weren't here, so probably more than 2 years ago, to research the VINs on some of these vehicles and go after the owner or the dumper, because we've become known as a county where you don't want a vehicle, you don't want a trailer, just drop it off the side of 253, the county will pick it up, right? There's a utilitarian purpose in going after some of these, not all, but some, the ones where we can get the VIN and there's an owner that lives here, and I still support that. I think at the time we asked the sheriff to help and we asked code enforcement to help. We're about to go through the directives. Maybe it's still on the list. I don't know that we've really pursued it, but I still think it's a worthwhile option because of the amount that we spend, the amount of cars that are still left along public roads, and our inability to raise more revenue. We should send a message that you don't want a car, bring it to one of our amnesty programs. Don't just drop it on the side of the road and leave it for somebody else to clean up.
You know, as somebody who's personally bugged by dumpers, I agree with you on that, but I don't, it's not part of this particular agenda item, right?
Public comment and then call the question.
Yeah, I do believe that there are probably grants that are available that we could receive that would help with funding the amnesty programs, with staffing the amnesty programs, which is a barrier for both the sheriff's office and I know for the Ukiah Police Department because we've tried to do one in District 2. So I think that there are grant funds that are available, and certainly the executive office has some resources that we can invest now in trying to figure out how to use those, I think, more efficiently. So I would look forward to, beyond this item, going to the ballot, more opportunities.
Okay, is there any public comment in the room? Doesn't appear to be, well, there is someone online. Paul Hansberry?
Yes, something you might consider is reaching out to the State Bureau of Automotive Repair. I know they have a program for retirement of vehicles, but you have to drive it in. But they may have some thoughts on how to fund this program through a state program. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to call for the question.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Good. All right, next on, we have agenda item 4B, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of update from EKI Environment and Water Incorporated regarding discussions and recommendations of the Mendocino County Water Resources Team Technical Advisory Committee to prioritize community water needs countywide and provide direction to staff as appropriate.
Chair?
Yes.
Could we advise on whether the board has already seen the presentation? Yesterday, we enjoyed it, and I think the CEO sent the link around. And so as a starting point, it may be helpful for the team to understand whether we've already all seen it or if we're starting from zero.
I've seen it. Well,
I reviewed the agenda item and saw the presentation yesterday.
okay, Dan? So I think it would be good for us to bring up the project's image as we go through the discussion, list of projects. Director DeShiel?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShiel, Director of Transportation. With me here today, we have our consultant from EKI, Amir, who's bringing up his presentation. And due to the time, I will let him get to the list of projects and start the discussion.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Amir Mani, EKI. Thanks, Director DeShiel. So as Director Williams, Supervisor Williams mentioned, we had this presentation yesterday and in a previous PSHR meeting a month ago. This is a result of a couple TAC meetings, technical committee meetings, and an outreach effort to get a list of water needs and projects throughout the county. You can see here like the list of projects, this is a selection and ranked list of top 10 from about 42 projects that we had on the list that we gathered. We have gone through how we ranked the project and how we scored it and how the technical committee approached the ranking in the presentation yesterday. So as you can see, the districts are shown by each of these projects. Our process from here, as we get a direction from you, is to basically start reaching out to each project lead and find out the details of each project, and then find appropriate grants that can be pursued for each of those. And then it's basically back and forth with each of these project leads. The top 5 would be the starting point to apply for the grants. Our process is to be the consultant of the county to help with the grant application. The project leads would be the applicant and would basically take the lead in writing the grants and then administer those projects as they're funded by the grants, hopefully. The only thing that I can mention on the top 10 list is that number 6 was already applied for a FEMA grant and received the grant. So to my knowledge, right now they don't need any additional funding. So number 6 is funded. I will be glad to answer any questions that you have.
So I have a question. These are all obviously worthy projects, and the question is that, you know, given the limited time we have with Amir, how do we allocate his time to provide technical assistance for everyone who's on this list? We just heard that item 6 has been covered, but how about the others? Director DeShiel, how do you see the process working?
So the agreement that the board entered into with EKI was to do 5 projects.
Mm-hmm.
They listed 6 because, as was indicated, one of them has already been funded by the applicant. As they work through the top 5, maybe one of those will, for some reason, not be able to go forward. So we would just go down this prioritized list till we do 5.
And because I could see the needs for putting together something like the items 1 and 2 being pretty considerable in terms of time for grant applications. And I just wonder, given Amir's limited time, what do we do? Supervisor Williams?
I would like to see us work on all 10 of these projects. I think they're all really valuable. If we want to have a county, water is one of the most critical ingredients. We may not feel like we're in a drought now, but we will be again. So, you know, my thought is whatever it takes to move forward on these.
Okay, so we know that some of the clients, like the city of Fort Bragg and city of Ukiah, probably have more resources, but they probably still wouldn't mind help, you know, in terms of suggesting a pathway, finding granting agencies. And I know that in the case of Fort Bragg, they're going to need quite a bit of environmental documentation because of the site they're in has got some sensitivity issues, ecologically speaking. So, you know, there's a, you know, I kind of feel like maybe the first step is to sort of get an assessment from each of the projects, that at least those first 5, as to what they're going to need in terms of technical assistance, and then see if we've got the resources to cover it. Does that make sense to you, Director DeShiel?
Certainly, and as Amir just said, he would start meeting with these groups, assessing what they need. The contract is for 5. He's got in the Exhibit B of the contract, you know, a breakdown of, you know, amount of money he had for all these tasks. And this task is going to have a finite amount of resource that he can expend. So I would presume that he would assist each of these applicants, but as he mentioned, if one drops off or can't go forward, we move down to the next. But we need from you agreement, or if you need to shuffle the cards today, shuffle them, so that we follow a priority that we feel is reasonable that we had a technical advisory committee with a fairly diverse geographic representation rank as far as the project. So that is exactly what we're going to do. We'll work down through, and he'll be able to provide what he can provide to each of these applicants.
Supervisor Hashtag and then Supervisor Williams.
Well, just looking at the list, it seems like if we have the city of Fort Bragg and the city of Ukiah, you know, those, I don't, like your question was how self-sufficient are they? Seems like as a county, we should be focusing more on the unincorporated areas, the water districts that don't have any kind of city support.
So I'll react a little bit to that. I had a discussion with John Smith yesterday about where are you in the process, and I guess and chime in too, Dan, if you know more than I do. My understanding is that they are nearing completion of the purchase of property for this, but there's still quite a ways to go with environmental studies and engineering and and finance. And so at this point, it's still kind of more of a vision than something that's really ready to go forward. On the other hand, when I look at the city of Ukiah with their consolidation of the Upper Russian River water agencies, I think that's moving along pretty nicely, and they seem to have things kind of figured out in terms of where they're going for grants, and they're already in discussion. So that may not need as much assistance, perhaps, as you would think. In principle, I agree with you that certainly the unincorporated areas, since we are the county, it should have some level of priority for us. But I also know that there's a lot of people outside of the city of Fort Bragg that also are dependent on that water. So, I don't want to restrict it just to one location. I want to see the maximum benefit that we get for our investment.
When the coast was dry, it was the city of Fort Bragg with cooperation from the city of Ukiah that kept the water flowing. And although that shuttling isn't a long-term plan by any means, it reminds me that we're all in it together, and I don't know if we really want to. Certainly, I would like to see some contributing funds from the cities.
Mm-hmm. You will.
But I think it's our job to look out for water countywide.
Supervisor Jerry.
So I think we all know that in each case, the sponsoring local government will be providing the bulk of the work and technical assistance. What we're providing is some supplemental technical assistance with them. So to Supervisor Williams' point, yeah, the city of Fort Bragg has always provided, when they can, water to people outside city limits. And prior to the hauling from Ukiah to Fort Bragg to the haulers on the coast from Fort Bragg to locations, the city has traditionally allowed just coast water tender companies to pick up water at the city's supply and sell it to people up and down the coast. So I think there's significant reason to make sure that the city of Fort Bragg is successful in their project. And I think the same for Ukiah too. I mean, Ukiah is really leading water reliability in much of the Ukiah Valley.
Correct.
So I think we've got a good game plan. I think the question, I'm kind of trusting the technical advisory committee that we appointed. They came up with this. Maybe simply a question that we would have for them as they follow up with this is simply, as they're checking in with the different agencies, they might ask if there's an agency that has more than one project, for capacity reasons, do they need to focus on one of the two? Those are just kind of the dialogue that the TAC and the consultant can have with each of the agencies there.
Okay. Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, one question is the technical advisory committee still functioning?
Well, they could be called together, but they've really done their work, and they made a recommendation first to the Health Resource Standing Committee and then on to this board. I don't have any reason to call them back together on this prioritization.
Okay, and then what I'm hearing is EKI can only work on 5 of these projects. And
that was their scope that we signed up for.
So we need to say, okay, 1 through 5, or How do we make that determination? How do we make a priority list?
Well, they have already. Those are the rankings of the.
That's the rankings.
Unless
in
this
order.
board wants to take number 8 and move it to number 1, you can do anything you want today. Reshuffle.
And number 6 is taken care of. Well, it seems like number 7 is an important one for the consolidation of those small districts.
It is. I think they're pretty self-sufficient based on what information I have. Supervisor Mulhern, do you know anything different? Have you heard? The City of Ukiah's leadership on this seems to be quite strong, and they seem to have good buy-in from their stakeholders. So, anything to add to the discussion?
I don't have anything different to discuss. I mean, my preference would be to look at the monetary value overall for all 10 and not to narrow it down for 5. Because as we've discussed, not all of them are going to require the same level of work.
Okay.
So if there's a contract for a specific dollar amount, then, go proceed with all 10 and let us know when we get close.
I can support that.
So what I'm hearing from the board is we'd like an evaluation from EKI, just sort of a thumbnail sketch of each item in terms of what it's likely to take in terms of time and effort based on some discussions.
No, I don't need that. I would just like them to move forward with all 10 and let us know when they're reaching their contract values. I think that we have the information from the TAC about the priorities, and I'm fine with those priorities. I don't want to narrow them to 5 because we know that they're not all going to take the same amount of work.
Second to the Mulhern motion.
Okay, any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to suggest that you talk to the director, but I'd also note, I think your contract specifies that they will do 5. So you might need to renegotiate.
Is it possible to do an addendum to the contract if we get into a situation where we find we can afford the first 5, or?
I think we're in that situation now if we're asking to do all 10.
Director Dashiell, how do you feel about this?
So if I go down to the Maple and get 5 pancakes and some butter to put on them, I get pretty thick butter. If I keep the same amount of butter and get 10 pancakes, I'll just spread it thinner. So as we work with the applicants, if we can spread the amount of resource they have identified for this task, we might be able to get a little bit spread on 10 pancakes. Or I'll have to call the waitress, in this case, come back to the Board of Supervisors and ask for more butter, more money, in other words. But we can do that.
Mr. Chair, some of the pancakes might be hotter than others, and the butter might spread more quickly. I think that is what we're headed down. The butter is not going to be spread equally amongst the 10. Thank you.
It must have been your lunch because the topic has turned to food. I'm inclined to agree with Director Dashiell on this. I think those first 5 items could use up most of the money. I mean, the amount of consultant time we have is really limited. And I kind of feel like let's at least commit to those, and then we would think about doing additional projects if we've made it through them. So
The motion second sounds like it's for 9 projects and for me to come back if we can't give ample assistance. I think that's what was just moved.
That's correct. Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I'm just trying to look at this, how to spread that butter. And if we look at number 10, so the MCRCD, they do grants. So how much support do they need on that?
Well, again, through the chair, we don't know because we have a very knowledgeable consultant in EKI, highly qualified. Already helped us answer some questions from different people who were on the list and had dilemmas. So there is a resource that the board has graciously funded and put here to do several tasks, this just being one of them. So sure, as we move with each applicant, they will need more or less help. But all that time the meter runs on the EKI amount they had for this task, And if the board's basically said they want us to cover all 9 because we know number 6 came off the list, we're going to run out of butter at some point, and I'll just have to come back. Or the applicants will just have to do their applications with what we're able to provide in the amount that's there.
Well, is that realistic? If people are taken halfway there, then can they get to the other? And it
don't
seems
know.
like the capacity for some of these is limited, and some have very good capacity.
I will say this, you know, being the road and bridge guy, whether I'm doing $1 million bridge, a $2 million bridge, or a $5 million bridge, usually the amount of effort I take getting it into the bridge program is about the same. So, you know, it's a matter of finding the grant. As he said, he's an expert in that. He knows what's in the water industry. Grant applications can get really complicated sometimes. And some applicants may have a lot of the data they need and they'll need very little assistance. Some may need to almost start from scratch. We just don't know.
So I guess my question for Amir would be, if you're given the direction like we've talked about, the motion that was made, and there are, say, 9 up there, the butter's getting thin, and really the board doesn't have any money left, you know, how practical is that from your point of view to getting to completion for all 9 of them?
Amir Mani, EKI. I can't definitely say what would be practical because, again, like some of the budget would go towards just communicating with these project leads, get the information, communicating with the state board, the DWR, federal agencies that are providing funding. So that's basically a constant pile of the scope that we need to do if we move from 5 to 6. For each of these projects, we have to do that kind of effort. And then based on the grant, normally, like Director Dashiell mentioned, the grants, like the average grant would cost kind of an approximate budget. And it doesn't matter if the project itself is like a $2 million or like $100,000. Getting that together would be that amount. Sometimes there are federal grants that are very complicated. Those would be on the higher end of the cost of putting a grant application together. And the past couple of years, we had drought grants that were like a one-page grant that would come to the lower end of the grant applications. What I would say is that if that's the direction that we get today, we're going to just move towards working with all 10 project leads based on our scope. And if they can basically pick up a larger load of the grant application, we let them do it. But I can't predict if we can succeed in terms of getting all 10 of them over the line. That's something that I cannot promise right now with the scope that we have. But we're going to do our best. And if you're comfortable, we're going to make judgment calls in terms of how to provide help with each of them based on their capacity. But as far as going that all 10 of them or 9 of them would be submitted and they will be successful, that's something that I can't really promise right now.
Supervisor Williams.
Is it appropriate to use any of the climate money to get all of these done? I mean, this is climate mitigation. There's nothing more real for us than not having water.
Well, it seems like there's PG&E money for the drought, and that was to be matching money, and so.
And it's just inflating away. It's better to put it towards projects.
Yeah. Question for CEO Antle. Where do we stand with that money? How many times have we promised it to other things?
Thank you, if I may, through the chair, CEO Antle. Yes, I wanted to be on the record to say there's no more butter. So your butter is very thin and you have a lot of obligations. One recommendation could be to let them move forward with the 5, and then if there's money left on the current contract and time, they come back and go, okay, which of the next 4, I guess you're looking at 7 through 10 then, of which ones you would want them to focus on. But if you really want to get projects done, I think you need to pick your primary projects. You spread the butter too thin, we're not going to get any of them over the line.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Having been involved before in applying for grants, I'd rather do a really good grant than one that's kind of, marginal, because it's a very competitive world for these grants with the water resource agencies, and they're going to want to consider put together well and thought out, and I think let's commit for sure to the first 5 and then consider others if we have the financing to do so. So in a sense, we are committing to all 10, but with a focus on the first 5.
Yeah, so we have the motion on the floor to consider all 10 or 9. And I go with your approach, Chair McGorty, about I think we need to focus on the first 5, and then whatever's left over, we decide at that point how to move forward.
Does that work? Okay. Is there any public comment in the room on this item? There is no comment online. Then I think we can call for the question.
Can we repeat the motion?
I was going to say, can I get a clear restatement of the motion? We've had a couple different numbers that have been thrown around as far as the 10-9.
I think Supervisor Mulhern made the motion. I was the second.
My motion was to move forward with EKI working on all the 10 projects, and I'm happy to add with prioritizing the first 5. And report back when the budget is getting too thin.
And the second agrees.
I think, just to be frank, I think that it is correct that there are some municipalities that are going to have to be better resourced and need less from EKI. I also think that the County of Mendocino has taken a back seat to water resources, and that's very evident in the way that some of our water districts around the city of Ukiah are currently operating, and I don't want the county to continue to just sit back and let the cities have to lead only. So that is why I think it is important that we continue to be engaged with the cities, although I have the utmost confidence in the Director of Water Resources with the city of Ukiah to be able to receive grants. They've received many, many grants in the past. So I do want to keep all 10, and I understand the need to move forward and perhaps assist the top 5.
I have just a quick question for staff on the implementation of the motion. Would it be possible, without requiring significant staff time, to simply, if I understand the task, is one of the initial tasks is to inform the agencies of the available funding sources, and not to actually write the grants, but to actually just simply inform the identified funding sources. If that particular task is not significant, maybe one of the things that could be kept in working with all remaining 9 is simply their other 4, if at a minimum, if we were at least initially informing the other 4 of the identified potential funding sources, if that itself wasn't going to take a lot of staff time.
I think what you're saying is, and all our contracts are written not to exceed. And you'll recall the GEI contract that we had last year when we were trying to form the new standalone water agency. They didn't expend all their funds, so they had there were funds never expended. As EKI works through this task, if they go down the list of the first 5, assist them, the meter hasn't run down, they're going to go down the list the way I understand it, the remaining 4. You're right in that maybe they're able to cover more with their existing money, just depending on the needs. I think that's what you're saying of these identified priority partners, stakeholders, water stakeholders. So sure, we can do that. They'll track their time, and it's a not to exceed contract, not a lump sum. So it'll just be hours they spent.
Yeah, it just, short of assisting an agency to actually write a grant application, informing them of known potential funding sources seems also to be extremely helpful to an agency. And so I was just thinking if that particular task was not terribly expensive, that could be extremely beneficial to the other 4.
I agree with you, and I know that in our 2021 year, that paid off really well just to make the state resources agencies available of our needs in the county, and they were very responsive. So I think that's a good strategy. Okay, so we have,
So, can I?
Sure, go
Chair.
ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify in my mind what's happening with this motion. So we're making the top 5 the priority, but we're still considering all 10.
Correct.
So does that mean that our direction is to work on those top 5, and then if there's extra money, we go to the rest of the top 10? You know, I'm just trying to make sure we have clear guidance.
I might be able to clarify. I think what we're doing, this is a time and material contract essentially, with a maximum amount. We're going to start at the top, rank 1. They're going to work their way down. When they get close to running out of money, they're going to come back and let us know.
We can do that as well.
Yep. Okay, call for the question.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes?
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we have a lunch break scheduled for 30 minutes. Shall we go ahead and take it? Even too far behind
Yes,
schedule.
you may want to just extend that to 1 o'clock. and-
Okay, let's do that. All right, thank you, everybody.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace. And that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was gonna have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
The thing I really want to mention, just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal, porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was gonna be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no tenía amigos. Desarrollé una depresión postparto, entonces como que lo pasé muy mal al principio, fue muy difícil y a veces incluso me costaba conectar con mi bebé, como jugar con él o tener más paciencia. Eso me costó un poco, pero con apoyo de terapeuta, apoyo de Gaby, apoyo de amigas, creo que pude superar eso y ya hoy en día soy como una mamá más dedicada, igual también más informada y más consciente y amable conmigo misma para poder desarrollar mi maternidad. Porque si yo estoy bien, mi bebé va a estar bien.
And then Gabriella started coming over and I realized I've got someone to talk to. It was a saving grace, really.
The thing for me that actually wraps everything together and makes me feel so complete is that the home visitor that we have, she has taught me so much about babies and the stages that their brain go through, mental, physical, everything about children, and it just totally made me feel like I was the best mom in the world.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
Para mí también ha sido muy importante porque al no tener mi familia cerca, Gabriela me ha ayudado como a guiar esta parte maternal, porque tampoco tengo amigas con hijos acá en el pueblo, entonces ella me ha dado como compartido su visión de la maternidad como algo muy íntimo, muy personal, entonces eso a mí me ha ayudado un montón como para guiar también la mía.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was terrified. I am very far away from home. I don't have any family here, my family. I have my husband's family and my husband's family support. But I don't have my mom and my brother and my friends. When you find out that you're gonna have a baby, and then when you have the baby, you forget everything that you've learned, and it's kind of like you're starting all over with the whole learning thing.
We bonded so much because we, you know, welcomed her into our home, and it was easier for me because, you know, she was still, you know, a small infant, and it's a lot of work when they're, you know, that young. So I really appreciated that she was able to come in the home and support her emotionally.
I had wanted to be a mom for a long time, but I just didn't have any experience.
Muy sola, porque no tenía mi familia, porque no
Agenda
tenía
item
amigos.
number 4C, discussion and possible action, including 1, adoption of CEQA resolution regarding addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration, and 2, introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance amending section 10A17 of the Mendocino County Code to provide clarity to ambiguous terms regarding the tree removal prohibition. The sponsor is County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is, if you recall, we came to the board previously with what we've sometimes referred to as the vegetation modification, although I think that that's a little bit of a misleading title, but clarification specifically on the prohibition of the removal of certain commercial tree species in the cannabis ordinance. And just to recap briefly, the language in the ordinance as it stands now prohibits the removal of certain trees for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. And the ambiguity that we identified was whether or not it was very clear that removing trees from the area of a proposed cultivation site was prohibited. What was less clear was if there was tree removal for infrastructure that benefited the cultivation site, was that considered to be for the purposes of developing the cultivation site within the meaning of the ordinance. We had referred back to the environmental document, the mitigated negative declaration. We saw language that, quite frankly, could be read either way on that one. There were also some questions that had come up. If it did encompass infrastructure, when was that infrastructure considered to be for the purposes of developing the cultivation site? Remembering that many of these properties have other infrastructure or are often even required to have homes on the same parcel. So if you have a roadway that serves both the home and the cultivation site, when is that considered to be for the purposes of developing the cultivation site, and when is that not? We brought this to the board of the sort of plausible definitions that we had put forward. The board believed that the most appropriate one was the one that did not include supporting infrastructure, that really was for the purposes of clearing trees from the cultivation site area itself. And that is, again, while it's ambiguous, that is consistent with the language that's in there, which talks about the mitigated negative declaration, for example, talks separately about water infrastructure, roadways, and cultivation sites, and then the mitigation measure was identified only for the cultivation sites themselves. The most important part about this, really from a staff standpoint, is having some clarity, right? As it stands right now, one of those possible meanings applies under the ordinance. You can choose not to adopt the ordinance, in which case, ultimately, the department has to take a position as to what that phrase means. And if you do defer it to the department, the downside, the upside is that you don't have to have an ordinance passed. And I understand there's been a little bit of noise about possible challenge to an ordinance that might go forward. But the downside would be that you also wouldn't know if your interpretation was correct unless and until you got a challenge somewhere down the road and the court were to rule on the meaning of the ordinance. We had proposed clarifying because that's a shorter window in which an illegal challenge might be brought, and it gives greater certainty to everyone moving forward. I believe that you've received some comments. I noticed that I believe the Willetts Environmental Center and the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance sort of had opposite views as to what the particular definition should be, although they also submitted a joint letter sort of encouraging you not to answer the question. To be quite candid, I don't think you can really get away from answering the question. You can let the department take that position, but at the end of the day, there's going to have to be a decision as to what is and is not allowed under the ordinance. And then there's a secondary question, which you don't have to answer today, and which frankly might become moot depending upon other proposed changes in the ordinance of what's the enforcement mechanism and how do we deal with it if we find out that there is a violation. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Is there a second? Okay. Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, this whole discussion has been predicated on people not getting through the system because of, in some cases, 1 or 2 trees being removed, other cases, hillsides being clear cut. And so I guess the basic question is, if we did this definition, accepted the definition as proposed, and I think that the board is kind of clear on wanting to move it forward, or move something forward so that we can get these people moved through the system, right, to their permit. But will adopting this language move us forward? Will it really have impact to those people that have cut 1 or 2 trees?
So for some of them it might, for others it won't. And I don't mean to be sort of overly non-committal, but to just to clarify, this definition will simplify things for those people that had removed trees from an area of supporting infrastructure and are not proposing to cultivate in that area. So if someone cut down a couple of trees to widen a road, that becomes a non-issue under this definition. If they cut down a few trees for power lines, for water, we don't need to go into further analysis because it's simply not something within the scope of the definition of the ordinance to begin with. If someone cut down a few trees from a cultivation area, this isn't going to affect that at all, right? Because the same question is still going to be, was it a removal of the prohibited species? And there's no definition that we see plausible that wouldn't incorporate the cultivation area itself.
So a water tank and all those kind of issues would be excluded from the definition, right? I guess it goes back to that affidavit, and if a person signs an affidavit saying they didn't, all the trees they cut down were for dead, dying, or safety, then I just don't want the board to get into the situation where we get sued over the definition, and it's not really moving the ball forward.
Mm-hmm. If I may, as to the affidavit portion, the board gave us direction on that. We are moving forward. Certainly, we're looking to proceed on there. The issue here is that at the end of the day, this phrase means something in the ordinance, and either it includes these supporting infrastructure or it doesn't. And no matter sort of what other issues we address, right? Whether that's, the affidavit is how we look at it in the permitting process, whether we look at, what's the mechanism for ensuring compliance? Is it permitting? Is it code enforcement? Is there some sort of compliance plan mechanism, et cetera? We still have this basic question of what is okay and what isn't okay. Do you have to be avoiding the removal of commercial species when you're putting in the roadway? And then we get into this question of, well, we can use the affidavit to figure out whether or not we think you did. We can use questions of permitting or compliance plan or whatever to address, what happens if you did. But this basic question of, what are we looking at? What is and is not okay is the one that really there's going to need to be some answer on, whether that's one the board chooses or whether that's something you delegate to the department. And then I don't, respectfully, in terms of the risk of litigation, candidly, this is one of those situations where you have people on both sides of the issue, both of whom may have an incentive to sue. I don't know that I can promise or guarantee any course of action that would avoid litigation.
So on the one side, we're looking at people who say, okay, if we go for the limited definition, then, well, road building certainly cut down some trees, and so that we might get challenged on that. On the other side, people might say, you're being too restrictive and you didn't give me my permit, or is that?
Right. So there's a few potential areas there. One, if it's on the permitting side, someone may sue and sort of allege that they should be entitled to the permit and the basis. Frankly, even if you clarified it in the ordinance to make it so that you were adopting the more restrictive definition, you do have a chance that there'd be some sort of lawsuit of someone seeking to sort of grandfather things in. The other possibility is that if we're not in a permitting scenario, if we're in code enforcement scenario, you could potentially have litigation and dispute over what is the proper interpretation in the code enforcement context. You could also have a situation where if you adopt the most restrictive so if you adopt the most restrictive environmental definition, like if you prohibit the trees in the roadways in the infrastructure area, there's a chance that an applicant might sue based on that. If you don't do anything and the department adopts the most permissive definition, there's still a chance of litigation, essentially from an environmental group saying you're applying the ordinance wrong. It would be essentially a declaratory relief action. Now, I feel almost like I should have developed a chart on all the possibilities here, but the sort of the long and the short of it is sometimes when we're in the context of legislation, right, there are situations where, say in the state legislature, a term is adopted that's ambiguous. And sometimes the legislators sort of deliberately choose to leave the term ambiguous because of various political factors and because there's a thought that we'll let the courts sort it out, right? We'll let lawsuits happen, we'll let the lawsuits figure out what this means, and then the courts will ultimately rule on it. And sometimes lobbyists, deliberately think they got a better chance if they're going to litigate an issue later than if they bring it to the attention of the legislature. Sometimes you have political consensus that's formed based on sort of a failure, a deliberate failure to truly have minds meet. This is one of those scenarios where, because of the nature of the ambiguity, there is that possibility of that question getting answered by the court, and I don't see a scenario in which the county isn't a party to the litigation. From sort of a risk management perspective, and from a public policy perspective, there are some benefits to whatever the answer is in terms of what you think the correct definition is under this ordinance, codifying that and giving people certainty on that going forward, rather than having this be an open question and a lawsuit that could pop up 5 years, 10 years in the future.
So with the communication from MCA and Willits Environmental Center, that they were proposing not to change the language, but to do this compliance plan. And so what are your thoughts about that?
If I may respond to the chair, I don't know that really gets us out of addressing this basic question. I mean, I will say, first of all, I don't know that the compliance plan proposal as submitted is really something that would work within the legal regime of the ordinance. There's potentially alternative mechanisms that you could do to try and address something like that, essentially by creating a use permit process or some sort of discretionary permit, which I think is essentially what they're looking for. But the basic question of who needs that permit and who doesn't need that permit, or in their proposal, who needs that compliance plan and who doesn't need that compliance plan, is still something this department is going to have, or this county is going to have to answer. Whether that's a question you answer by letting the department sort of adopt its position, or whether that's a question you answer as a board and codify for clarity for everyone going forward.
Just one last question. We talked about the different options about language and what would be inclusive and what wouldn't, and for the cultivation site last meeting, or whenever that was. So, the idea was we wanted to let people who just had 1 or 2 trees, through. And if we don't see like that happening with this language, doesn't it seem like we should try to get some kind of a commitment from people, from Willis Environmental Center, maybe MCA, saying, hey, we agree at least to this language, that we won't, or there's not agreement on that, I guess. But I'm just trying to avoid any kind of future challenges to it.
If I may, again through the chair, I think that's a good instinct, and certainly if you think that this production or those conversations would be productive, that may be something that may be worth engaging in. Part of my perspective and part of my concern has been, historically, I think there are some times in this ordinance where stakeholders with very different views have come together to agree on things where they're not really in agreement, and where the language that's agreed upon or the pathway that's agreed upon forward is really just kind of obscuring a more fundamental policy disagreement, and that it's not until we get into the applications of this and we actually start trying to work our way through the ordinance that we find out that what one person thought was going to happen and what another person thought was going to happen were very, very different under the same ordinance language. And my concern would be that I think that the language I'd heard proposed from them in this case would essentially be repeating that pattern and really just sort of setting us up for more conflict down the road. And if we can get to true agreement, I think that's a very worthwhile exercise, and that's certainly worthwhile, both as a sort of political and a policy matter, and as just a sort of a risk management tool to reduce the risk of litigation. But from what I had seen from their writings and their positions, I was very much left with the impression that they weren't going to agree as to what was the proper language or the proper interpretation of this language in the ordinance.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I know we need public comment, but I'd like to call the question. This has been one of the more circular topics, and there's no way to make everyone happy. I see this as a reasonable sort of centrist position. Nobody likes a centrist, so chair, get ready to get blamed. But I feel like we need to make a decision and remove the ambiguity. That's more important than having an endless debate about how to make everybody happy. I mean, there's ambiguity in the original language, and some people want to see it one way, some people want to see it another way. We're not going to ever resolve that. So I'd like to have public comment and then just call the question, and if the board doesn't support it, we'll try something else.
Okay, public comment.
Lindrell, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Willits Environmental Center, and I want to thank you for this candid conversation. I really appreciate it, and I think County Council and all of you who have spoken have put your finger right on the issue, so I appreciate that. There are a lot of factors here, so I'll try to hit on a few. The Environmental Center and I think MCA and probably all of you know that we need to deal with the ambiguity. There is ambiguity here, and as County Council kind of made our case here that you can interpret some of this stuff either way. There's no question about the interpretation of cultivation site. That definition is in the ordinance. It's very clear. What isn't clear is the phrase for the purposes of developing a cultivation site, and I think you all understand that. Developing a cultivation site is not defined in 10A17, and the Environmental Center thinks there's ample evidence in the MMD that development of a cultivation site actually meant the inclusion of roads and water infrastructure and other infrastructure developed for the purpose of creating or expanding a cultivation site, and it doesn't make any sense that tree removal for those things would be okay, whereas tree removal for the cultivation site itself would not be okay when the purpose was to protect forest resources. So, but anyway, so there is ambiguity, and I think the ambiguity needs to be resolved, or the question will keep coming up again and again. The Environmental Center's beef is resolving it this way, to kind of arbitrarily decide that development of a cultivation site is the same thing as the definition of cultivation site. And we think not only is that not true, but we think that the difference is significant because we're looking at the impacts, possibly the impacts of building a new access road or two, or a parking lot, or a irrigation system, or a pond could be even greater than the tree removal for the cultivation site itself. So we can't accept that we just assume that the impacts would be insignificant. So we would say to the board, fine, resolve the ambiguity, amend the ordinance, but you've got to look at the potential environmental impacts. That's it, you know, you can change it, you can put in a new definition, but you have to look at the environmental impacts. Now, the attachment to the staff report talks about why there are no environmental impacts to this change, and we take issue with that. And in a couple, well, for example, the staff report claims that it wouldn't have any effect on phase 3, but actually changing creating a new definition of development of a cultivation site by the method proposed here, the staff report claims that it would not affect phase 3 because the phase 3 operations are not allowed on forest land and TPZ land. But the fact of the matter is there's plenty of forest resources on ag land, on upland residential, on rural residential areas, all of which are open to phase 3. And there's nothing in the proposal here that restricts this change to phase 3 grows. Basically what this change would say is any new applicant who wants to build an access road or a pond or put in a parking lot or some other associated infrastructure will not be subject, those activities will not be subject to the tree removal prohibition. So there's no way of knowing what the impacts of that might be. So I don't think we can say that this change, would not trigger some additional environmental impacts. And we're not saying don't make the change or do the clarification, but look at the impacts. So I mean, that takes some time, and we don't want to spend the time, which is why Hannah Nelson and the Willits Environmental Center wrote this joint letter saying, use this other avenue. And because I think it would be disastrous to make this change and then have it apply to all phase 3 growers. It's interesting in the staff report, they talk about the 500 and some applicants in phase 1 who are still in review and going through the process, and only about 6% of those are hung up on the tree removal prohibition issue. That's about 30 applications. I think it would be very informative to look at those applications, even look at the sites and see, okay, what was done there? Was it a few trees like Supervisor Haschek was talking about? No one's going to get excited about that. A dead tree down in the middle of their cultivation site, or a few trees to put a turnout and a road or something. What are those impacts? And then either decide that they are not significant and issue the permit, or if they did cause damage, then have a program for resolving that damage. And I would be so bold as to say that I think all parties involved here would be happy with that solution. It would get the phase 1 growers through the process, and the tree removal prohibition could be left ambiguous as it is, but the board would probably, and the public would probably want to resolve that issue for the future, for phase 3 growers. But what's being proposed right here now actually makes a significant change in the ordinance, and to say that there are no environmental implications here, I think is overstepping and can't be supported. And in particular, I want to say that I don't think the addendum or the attachment to the staff report explaining why there are no impacts I don't think is quite genuine, and I take exception with that. So I don't know, is that I think that included a solution for going forward. I hope so. But again, I appreciate your understanding of this issue and the candid conversation about it, and I hope you understand the Environmental Center's position. We think the impacts are potentially significant and they need to be looked at, but there's this other way to resolve the current cohort that's stuck. Thank you.
Question for the speaker. Chair?
Go ahead.
Is one scenario that you would support this ordinance change, but only applying to applicants in phase 1 and 2, but not applying it to phase 3?
That would resolve a lot of our issues, yes. I mean, I'm here speaking for an organization, but I would say that would address the issue, because I think these phase one applicants do need to be moved forward. If there's some egregious mess out there from tree cutting, I think those people need to provide some kind of compensation in some way. But my understanding is that's not probably the case in almost every instance. So I think that's a legitimate solution there.
So then follow-up question to county staff. Is there an environmental reason why we could not adopt the language but applying it only to phase 1 and 2 and not to phase 3?
If I may respond to the chair, I don't know that there's an environmental reason. The question that it sort of leaves open is, what is the standard for phase 3? You could potentially adopt a different standard for phase 1 and phase 3. We would need a new environmental document for that. That certainly would be, and that may not be a super complex environmental document. I'm talking about a different addendum than what you have in front of you now, because we'd be studying something slightly different. So essentially, if you were to say that you apply the more restrictive standard to phase 3, essentially no removal of any trees for the purposes of roadways or other infrastructure. Potentially, you could do that as a policy call, and essentially we'd prepare a new environmental document, come back. I do want to be clear, however, on one other thing, which is that I believe that the analysis that was referenced to phase 3 had to do specifically with the environmental factor that was being looked at in the initial study at that time was specific to land conversion, and in particular the conversion of forestry resources into some other use, and would there be a potentially significant environmental impact as a result of that? The rationale that I believe was put in the addendum was that given the extent of phase 3 and the fact that it was not including the properties that were zoned for forestry resources at the beginning, that it didn't appear that there would be a significant environmental impact. That's not to say you couldn't go this route. I just want to make sure the board understands.
So I kind of have a question, really, I guess, of staff, and maybe also Ms. Durrell, if she wants to stay for a second. So we have other people who develop rural properties who make roads and maybe clear some space for barns or other utilitarian uses. So what is the restriction that they have for road building and site clearing and such?
Well, so this restriction that we're talking about now is exclusive to cannabis.
Right.
So all other restrictions, all other limitations, whether that's for the purpose of a grading permit, whether that's through, in some cases there may be a use permit depending upon the particular use that's placed on the site. All of those would still apply equally to cannabis, even if you make a change that excludes, or even if it's if there's a clarification that it completely excludes all of the roadways from the cannabis specific ordinance. If you're asking sort of what limitations are on there, I'm not generally aware of anything that would specifically prohibit in this way sort of tree removal for the purposes of including infrastructure. There are limitations under, say, some of the CAL FIRE rules with respect to conversion of forest land to another use. Generally, I believe if it's under 3 acres, that's exempt. There's an exemption process for that to be applied for, et cetera. I'm not aware of another substantive limitation that's equivalent to this.
And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, the Board of Forestry has actually advocated for much wider roads into rural subdivisions that would require more tree removal. So it seems like we're creating sort of a double standard here for one industry versus everybody else, and I just think that's a problem. That's just my opinion. Not that I like it, but that's just how it is.
Well, if I may respond to that, I think you're right. There is another standard for cannabis cultivation, and that was evident throughout the development of cannabis ordinance. And though that may change over time, but it was clear from the Planning Commission at the time and the board at the time that retaining forest cover was a higher priority than developing new cannabis cultivation areas. So, the fairness or the rightness of that may want to be reconsidered, but that was clearly the intent of that tree removal prohibition in the ordinance. I remember when it came down, and that was the intent, that forest resources took priority, cannabis came next.
And in your mind, it included roads and utilities?
Well, I can read to you from the MMD, and I'm sure County Council is aware of these areas too. In the discussion of forest and agricultural resources, they specifically talk about roads and water development, and that's why I think the phrase is development of a cultivation site, because in that same context of using that phrase is the discussion about the impacts on the landscape, on forest resources of building roads and building ponds and other kinds of infrastructure. The MMD specifically addresses those issues, which is why I think that was part of the intent of this tree removal prohibition applying, and the language used in that mitigation measure is for the purposes of developing a cultivation site. It's not just cultivation site. And that's the key issue here. And I think we can all agree that that's ambiguous and probably needs to be fixed. But in the meantime, how do we get these phase one people through?
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, zoom out for a moment. Look at the county and county planning in decades rather than months and years. And the real environmental concern here is you have 40 million Californians living mostly in places that may not be desirable after the climate warms. People in Fresno, Stockton, Bakersfield, the coast will start to look more and more appealing as the climate warms. We don't have a plan in this county for what that growth looks like when 1 million people show up. Climate refugees. And we're never going to get to it because we're arguing about this weird thing called VegMod, which incidentally I find offensive. Imagine if I towed CEO's car out of the parking lot. She couldn't come to me and say, you modified my car. No, I removed it, right? It's 1 or 2 trees here and there. I think we're missing the bigger environmental concerns. And I fully support keeping forest cover and not developing that into cannabis sites. But I could support limiting it to phase 1 and phase 2, but not when I hear now we've got to come up with another definition for phase 3. You'd have to be really bad at math and economics to think starting a cannabis farm under a phase 3 program makes any sense at all. It's a loser. And it'll become more of a loser in the years to come. So I don't see a huge risk in people going out with chainsaws and trying to develop parcels. They can go to Lake County and buy 80 acres and do an 80-acre cannabis farm rather than 320 quarter-acre farms in Mendocino County. There's just no incentive to do business here. And we want to save the forest. Maybe that's a good thing. So I don't want us to spend unlimited time going in circles on cannabis language, and I really hope this doesn't come back again.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is a first reading, so at a minimum, it will come back once.
I understand. It'll come back on consent, but how many times have we discussed vegetation removal? It's as if there's nothing else going on in this county. We're missing the other issues that actually matter today, and we're putting no emphasis on what's to come in the decades ahead. Imagine a generation looking back and thinking the past board didn't set us up with water or infrastructure because they were so fixated on a couple trees, on legacy cannabis farms.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, certainly there's this different treatment of cannabis, and we're trying to deal with this M&D. And I strongly believe that if we pursue with this definition as is, it's going to be challenged. And so I'm thinking, okay, how can we move this forward? Maybe Supervisor Mulherin and I, as the General Government Committee, can look at those 30 situations and go through them, and I think that it could be pretty quickly done, and we could bring back a recommendation to the board, hey, here's these 25, and we could probably work with the Willis Environmental Center, MCA, and come up with agreement on whether these where they fit, in the whole system and move it forward. And maybe we won't have to get sued and change the language, or maybe we want to change the language, but we'll do the language knowing that it won't affect these 30. Possibly, because, well, the idea is we would say, hey, this is our recommendation, we're moving this forward, or we're not. Does that make sense as a process? County Council, you look
Well,
like...
wait a second.
All right, Supervisor Mulhern, your opinion.
I'd like to comment. I love volunteering for things, and I am a hands-on learner, so I would find great joy in looking at those 30 applications. However, I agree with Supervisor Williams that we've been over this conversation many, many times. I think that, yes, in the grand scheme of things, we've spent already way too long talking about it. The planet, Mendocino County, has changed since the ordinance was originally created, and you just uploaded a report about tree mortality today, and my concern is about fire hazard and making sure that people's homes are kept safe, that their families are kept safe, and of course that they're able to maintain their business and their productivity. So I do think that we should go ahead and move forward with this item today.
Well, I don't disagree with you on those statements. I just think that if we move forward, we're going to get sued. I don't think so. I think that if we can deal with these 30, then as an individual and really look at them, I think we can come up with reasonable decisions that are acceptable. And if we're saving, a sizable amount of money in preventing a lawsuit, I think that that's something we need to look for as we look at the budget.
Supervisor
When the
Williams.
topic is cannabis, there's no such thing as saving money. We're going to burn through staff time. Last time this came, I suggested that we look at the 30, bring them up, right?
Yeah.
And so and general government could have taken it up, and now it's on our calendar, marked as an hour-and-a-half discussion. I'd like to call the question and be done with it. And I recognize there's a chance the county gets sued, but I don't think there's a day when somebody doesn't offer to sue the county. And that can't be the decision-making criteria. And I also don't know if it's appropriate to set policy based on looking at specific operators. To take 30 operators and say we're going to make it work just for them, we're going to craft policy. We're no longer crafting solid policy based on merit. We're trying to rig it so that we can get certain people through. That's not really our job here. So I'd like to call the question.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure if we finished public comment.
There's still a little bit more public comment. I think we have Hannah Nelson on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson, and thank you for the robust discussion. I'm going to try to keep this straight and brief. I think that bifurcating the issue and dealing first through the General Government Committee in whatever manner, not just the 30, because I believe that there may be additional applications that haven't been reviewed yet, but first dealing with the other non-ordinance change issues that are implementation and pragmatic issues related to the affidavit process, evidentiary process, how to effectuate the exemptions that are already in the ordinance versus what to do if there was a violation and issues of a compliance plan or a later discretionary permit or whatever. Those issues should be dealt with before deciding this more general issue about some future applications that are going to potentially come in. And I don't think that, I don't need to go through the differences between whether there's agreement or not agreement about whether this change is necessary or not. But I think for this purpose, putting the pragmatic issues first and then putting off the decision about whether an ordinance change is necessary, given all of what you've heard today, is probably the most pragmatic thing to do. I also would just point to the fact that while MND discusses roads and water tanks and whatnot, the mitigation measure itself does not. There is a definition of cultivation site existing already. And so right now, I think that there are the components necessary for the continued processing of applications that are currently in queue, which is the most urgent situation, for which the Willits Environmental Center and myself are in agreement about in terms of coming up with logistics that work. And we don't have to touch the issue of what the policy should be going forward, because there's nobody coming forward yet until all of those existing applications are processed. So bifurcate it, put this off, deal with the logistics through the General Government Committee and whatever new direction the department is going in under, particularly now that we have expert advice from John Burks, who has turned another department around and really has excellent ideas for streamlining and input and logisticizing, and deal with this another day. You cook so many things down the road, you kick them down the road. This is one that makes sense to momentarily kick down the road. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the recommended action by Supervisors Williams and Mulhern. Want to call, or do we last minute questions?
Well, we did have a request to call the question, but I did have a question. So I'm asking the chair, do we call the vote or we have a question? Okay. Right. So, I asked the question, what if we only applied these changes to exclude phase 3? It sounds as if there's not a legal or environmental prohibition to exclude phase 3. But then what I heard was the chair ask, yes, but is that adding a regulatory burden that's isn't applied to anybody else? And it sounds like, yes, that's true, that it would only apply to people in the cannabis program. Supervisor Williams said the economics don't pencil out. There's nothing really to worry about here. You're not going to see even a mini flood of applicants in phase 3 that would be taking advantage of this new definition of tree removal for development. And maybe that's the case. I'm just trying to understand what's the prevailing concern here. It sounds like the prevailing concern is that there isn't an issue to be concerned here, that there's not going to be a significant number of people in phase 3 who would be using this more liberal definition. I kind of sort of heard from the Willits Environmental Center that maybe they might not sue if we excluded phase 3. So they may have a greater concern over development of in phase 3 than we may think is financially viable. So I'm just trying to understand how are we weighing this here? I could either vote to exclude phase 3 or just vote to go along, but I'm trying to understand how we're weighing this.
I'm afraid to ask this question. Staff, how many phase 3 applicants do we have?
Last Friday it was 6.
6. So do we want a special case, a definition for 6, or group them with the 30?
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, going off of what Supervisor Jurdy said, and this excluding phase 3, regardless of whether it's 6 or 600, then it seems like we're down to the 30, or maybe it's more. But if we can deal with those without subjecting ourselves to a lawsuit, it seems like a win-win. And I would just rather deal with it that way. And if we can all agree that, those 2 trees that might have been in the cultivation site or too close to the house, or we're dead, we're done, we just move on. But why go down this path without trying that approach?
Supervisor Mulhern.
And I recognize that you might have informational challenges at this point. Of the applicants that we may be having in question, do we know when their state licenses renew? At what urgency level are these issues to be dealt with? If 7 of them renew with the state in July, there's more of an urgency to complete this. If they don't renew until June of 2024, then maybe the urgency is not quite as large. So again, I'm looking at the urgency of processing the applications based on the state's timeline, which, again, very grateful that we have the state's support, but we still need to continue down the path as if we don't.
And if I may, through the chair, I'm sorry, we don't have that information at this time. To the point that Ms. Nelson had made, I believe that based on past statements made by the department, that 30 or so estimate may have been 30 or so of what was reviewed and not 30 or so of the 800 that are in queue right now. So we don't know exactly what that true number is, and I don't think we know when they come up on that cycle.
Supervisor Williams?
Do we know if vegetation modification or tree removal is an issue on the 6 that are in phase 3?
I've not heard of it being identified, but they were also relatively recent to starting the review process.
I just don't want us to deal with this anymore. I want it to go away, just to be frank. And I'm looking at Supervisor Jury's suggestion of phase 1, phase 2, use this definition, but I'm worried that means you're going to bring back another ordinance definition for phase 3. And we're going to have a discussion about what if CAL FIRE says you need to take out a couple trees to put a turnaround in on a road. And I don't want to see forest land converted to cannabis farms, but I think that may be going overboard, that you can't develop a parcel at all. It starts looking like a taking, that it's just a reserve.
It's almost a certainty that we're going to be doing more forest thinning for fire protection. It's almost a certainty that the Board of Forestry is going to have new requirements for roads that will require taking out more trees and more engineering. So, and where that puts cannabis as being kind of its own special category is something that I'm just thinking of uniformity and fairness of law that's an issue. I kind of agree with the group that probably expeditiously we should take care of our phase 1 and 2 applicants who we know exist, as opposed to trying to make a decision about something that may or may not happen.
Chair, where I was going, and these are ministerial permits. The county has an obligation to process and reach a decision. It doesn't have to be approval, but we have to reach a decision. If we leave phase 3 as ambiguous, that we're going to kick it down the road and come back later, there's no way for staff to process phase 3. There's also liability there, and frankly, it's just bad policy. Our job on a ministerial permit is to make sure it can get processed.
Since we have an important stakeholder in the audience, I'll let her go ahead and speak one more time. If you have further input.
Thank you, Chair McCordy, for recognizing my twisting and turning in the chair there. The issue here for the Environmental Center is, I mean, Ted, I don't know if there are just going to be 10 phase 3 growers or if there are going to be 300. We don't know. The market may change. I mean, we can have opinions and speculate, but we don't know. And that's, that to me says that this decision-making body is required to look at the possible consequences down the road. I think the idea of streamlining the process for the phase 1 and phase 2 growers is great. The phase 3 growers, I mean, there are some already in the queue, but if the county wants to amend the ordinance in order to change and make very clear the tree removal prohibition, or even reconsider that prohibition that is written into the ordinance, that's fine. That's within your purview and the public's purview, but it requires environmental review. if the phase 1 and 2 growers are taken care of like now, that allows some time if the board wants to deal with the ambiguity in this definition, and I think that's a good idea to deal with the ambiguity, but because changing the meaning of cultivation site versus development of a cultivation site, which you can see could have significant implications, it doesn't, it's not that you can't do it or that we can't do it, it just requires legitimate and serious environmental review. That takes some time. But so I like Hannah's suggestion of dealing with the present cohort and then maybe begin the process of doing the environmental review of this ordinance change. But I think to just say, well, there probably won't be more than 6, so let's just go ahead with this because it won't make any difference. I mean, I don't think that is a defensible position because we don't really know. We don't know. And it's best policy, I think, to look into the future and to consider the possibilities. I mean, that's what CEQA asks for. It simply asks for decision-making bodies to look at potential impacts. And that's all the Environmental Center is saying. If you're going to make this change, it does have environmental implications. You need to first look at those implications. But we've offered this alternative for the phase 1 growers to get them through more quickly. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around why because the decision was made to move this forward, suddenly the phase 1 cultivators that have removed trees are going to be free to go. We know that I thought that we all knew that the entire reason that we're having this conversation is so that we can say yes or no based on the parameters decided by the board. We don't know of those 30 whether or not 10 are going to make it through, 20, whether all 30 of them are going to make it through. And we're making all of these assumptions that this is going to be catch-all, and I don't understand how it's possible that future cultivators would be able to do what other people have done in the past just simply because they are phase 1. But the answer is that through this process, we're going to find out whether or not they can continue. Not that they're automatically allowed. It feels as though we're being told that just automatically let them continue, and that, in my understanding, was not the intention of this item.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, the equal protection element, I can understand that maybe the terms are slightly different for phase 1 applicants who had already developed a property before submitting an application or the county enacting the original ordinance. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about trees that have been removed more recently. They were already phase 1 applicants. They were in the program. They were permitted. They were paying taxes. They removed a couple trees. How do you treat them differently than somebody in phase 3 who removes a couple trees for the exact same purpose? Right? Because these phase 3 folks, they didn't have the option of getting into phase 1. It's not that they chose to come later. It's that we essentially, as a county, created classes. And we said one class has one set of rights, the other class has another set of rights. So I don't want the county to be sued, but I also don't want to focus 3,800 square miles, and we're focused on 15 trees. This is bad policy making here. So I would like to call the question and see if we can move forward as presented by County Council on the recommended action.
We have one more public. Oh, first, Supervisor House-Jack.
Well, it goes back to not knowing what we're dealing with and whether it's 30 or 50. We don't know this definition, whether it will affect 1 or 2 or 30 or 50. I know you can say that, oh, it's a policy we need to create, but if we're setting ourselves up to be sued immediately for the policy, it doesn't really make sense financially. So I'm willing to work on it and look at those 30 or 50 and see where we are with them. Maybe it doesn't even apply to anyone, and we would save ourselves a lawsuit if that's the case.
Sure.
Yes.
John, what is your question too? This is a ministerial permit and it's open right now, and we're not processing because we've created ambiguity that's a roadblock. That's not that There's a structure here. We don't get to just decide whatever we want and hold people up indefinitely.
Well, that's what our complaint was with the cannabis department, was that they were holding people up. And we were saying, let's move them on.
But this is
And
the
so
board holding
if-
the cultivators up. These are applicants in a ministerial process. Now it would be the board holding them up.
Okay, so if we can get agreement from MCA and Willis Environmental Center of these 30, and we say, oh, we're in agreement, that looks good, that one should be held up, at least we're on a little solid, we're better off than we are before.
No, I don't
think that this language is going to do anything to move us forward.
I don't think we can, with MCA and with Willits Environmental, say we're going to hold up this applicant, we're going to hold up that applicant. I disagree. I don't think that's our job. Ministerial permits. Our issue is to process. As a board, we've created a roadblock. It's identified. We have language to fix it today. If we say no, we're going to kick phase 3 down the road. What's our liability in phase 3 applicants suing the county over not processing a ministerial permit? And how do we justify creating classes here? Someone in phase 3 gets a different treatment than somebody in phase 1?
Well, does county council have an opinion? Because I thought that it was said that we could do it differently for phase 3.
Oh, well, to answer the first questions, we already have one lawsuit from a phase 3 applicant for not moving fast enough. With respect to whether we'd be able to have different categories, candidly, I have not fully analyzed. That was an idea that was brought forward during this meeting. It's a very deferential standard that gets applied under equal protection. It's a rational basis test as to whether or not there's you can rationally tie the distinction to a legitimate policy purpose. I don't know that I'm really prepared to opine on that off the top of my head. I think there's a pretty good chance that we'd find that you'd be able to go forward, but I just can't say definitively one way or another at this moment.
We now have 2 other public comments we should hear, so they're on Zoom. First is Monique Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Monique Ramirez, District 3. I'm going to speak to MCA's memo that was submitted because Michael had to leave early. MCA maintains the support of the memo submitted by Hannah and the Willits Environmental Center, which stated that an ordinance change is not necessary to achieve the desired outcomes, and that the critical issues to be addressed are the implementation of how the vegetation modification evidentiary standards and processes will play out. However, given that the board felt compelled to adopt language that it thought would clarify the ordinance, we appreciate that the board chose the most reasonable of the definitions presented to it. We hope that careful attention to the implementation and evidentiary issues raised in the Hannah Nelson and Willits Environmental Center letter will be addressed in public shortly in an open workshop format, which allows meaningful input from stakeholders. These items are crucial and must be agendized and addressed not just for the current operators stuck in this purgatory, but for all existing operators whose applications may have yet to be reviewed specifically for vegetation modification concerns. And I appreciate this discussion, and it is tricky because you have phase 3 and you have phase 1, and phase 1 is more legacy based, and there's things that happened way back in the day. And phase 3 operators, they're coming in kind of knowing what the landscape is and what the requirements are. And so I think that's also a sticking point, but we want to support John Haschek and what he stated earlier in your guys' discussion. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Next we have Paul Hansberry.
Good afternoon, Paul Hansberry. It seems to me that the intent of this when the ordinance was passed was for people that were clear cutting trees for the purpose of cultivation, bulldozing hillsides and leveling off so that they could cultivate. I've seen a few of them. We were all aware that that was what was going on. And that's what was being addressed when they inserted this into the ordinance. I think that Supervisor Jurdy will testify to that. So what we're talking about is a ministerial program. That's true. However, the state's program is also, if you look at it, a ministerial program, except for the CEQA compliance. That's what makes it discretionary. And I think that The issue here would be significant impact. Why don't we just go down the road of significant impact? If there is somebody has to take a couple trees out for a turnaround, let's just use common sense and see if it's going to be significantly impacting the environment, or if it's a requirement for the health and safety of either the tree, the firefighters, or PG&E, or whoever. And let's not get all caught up with the language and start using a little bit more common sense in determining if this is allowable or not. You think that would work? Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to move the recommended action. And it's been first and seconded, so call for the question.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes, I'll support the staff recommendation.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
Okay, agenda item number 4D with Chief Executive Officer's report.
Thank you, Chair McGorty, if I may. March is Social Worker Appreciation Month, so again, we want to give a shout out to this group for helping make lives better here in the county of Mendocino. Winter storm weather, you have a couple of updates here from the 2023 storms by the Office of OES and Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation. Moving on, you'll see the Cultural Service Agency. They have a new exhibit starting at the museum, April 1st through August 13th, Gadgets Galore. Human Resources is beginning their leadership initiative with some DISC and personality and emotional training, April 27th. Planning and Building, as of the month, all building permit applications may be applied online through eTrackIt. It's important to note that the system does not issue permits, still have to come in for that portion. Building permit application submittals are on the increase year over year now. Under a safe and healthy county, the agricultural department is out there spending considerable time doing inspections and licensed pest control businesses and applicators. Behavioral health and recovery, Manzanita Services is closing on March 10th. It's the decision made by BHRS to provide wellness center services until a longer-term solution can be determined. BHRS opened wellness centers in room 209 at 1120 South Doris Street, Ukiah, and the Veterans Hall in Willits, effective March 7th. These centers will operate from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Tuesday through Thursday. The Department of Transportation is tracking three bills for us. SB 1383, which requires a statewide reduction in the organic waste disposal of 75%. Assembly Bill 341, which requires businesses countywide that generate 4 cubic yards or more of total commercial solid waste per week, or a multifamily residential dwelling of 5 units or more, to arrange for recycling service. And then AB 1826 requires businesses countywide that generate 2 cubic yards or more of a total commercial solid waste per week, or multifamily residential dwelling of 5 units or more, to arrange for organic waste recycles. There's more information on those on the DOT website. A thriving economy, agriculture department is started their crop survey. So if you're in the ag field, please go and do our crop survey. Animal services for the month of February, 946 dog licenses were sold, resulting in over $28,000 in revenue. Child Support Services. During the month of February, Mendocino County Child Support Services collected and distributed $445,000, payments to over 801 children within the county. Animal Services, Prepared and Resilient County, are doing some training for Community Animal Response Team Coalition with UC Davis. And then I would point out some additional information regarding public records requests. As of March 20th, there were currently 167 open public records requests. We do this through Nexus. They're typically filled within 10 days. And we have attached a couple of samples here and a place where folks can go and look at those 167. Thank you.
Question?
Not a question, rather a comment. I'm reviewed the public records item in the CEO report. I'm still adjusting to using the CEO report. I appreciate that. It's a great tool for us to communicate with the public, and it does have a lot of information in it. I hope that people are able to review the requests for public records. Many of them, in my opinion, are things that can be found online. They may be things that the county of Mendocino may not have and could be found through court documents at the Superior Courthouse. And it really is challenging, especially when you look at the large number of requests to the Cannabis Department, which is a department that is already way behind on their work, and to have to go through and complete public records requests in addition to the work that I think the five of us would like to see them be doing by processing the applications. I can see the level of frustration. And I also would point out, as a supervisor, there's some opportunities for us to be transparent and to get information on behalf of our constituents. So if somebody is asking me for information, I will certainly try and get that for them. Just because I do know how to use Legistar, I can find things pretty easily on the web, and I can assist maybe some folks that might not have the resources that I do for searching for those types of things. So I think that the transparency about the public records is important. And I know it's a challenging conversation for the community to have. I'm sure it's a challenging conversation for the executive office, which does not have we do not have a PIO, somebody that's specifically tasked with releasing information. So I just would encourage my colleagues to be as helpful and open and transparent as possible when people are asking questions, especially if something, hey, if it was in a meeting a couple of months ago, I can look that up for you. You don't need to do a public records request. So I just wanted to note that, and thank you for your report.
Chair, I have just a follow-up question on that. So as I'm reading the report on the public records requests, it says that there are currently 167 open requests. It appears about 30% of those requests are known to be Mendocino County residents, businesses, or organizations, and the remainder are either known to be from outside the county or unknown of origin. Is that a correct reading of it, that there are 46 where they just don't disclose where they're from?
If I may, through the chair, that is correct.
So I assume that's the form that we have is structured because I assume that means the county can't require the person that submits to state where they reside.
That's correct.
Okay, so it could be from New Jersey, or it could be from Elk.
Or Russia.
or out of country, yes.
Other supervisors' reports or comments? I just have a few things real quickly. So I attended. CEO report. Are we done, or are we still working on it?
I'm done unless you need to call for public comment.
No, I'm on supervisor report.
And I'm on 3H.
Okay, let's get everybody together here. So public comment then? Any public comment on the supervisor's report? I mean, the CEO's report. All right, so we're done with that. Okay, legislative platforms next. 4E.
Nothing to report today.
Now we're on to supervisors' reports. Go ahead.
All right, well, since we're supposed to be reporting out every month about our ad hocs and committee assignments and everything, I'll start off. Supervisor Jurdy and I met with the General Services Agency and talked with Janelle Rao, Director, about the carbon reduction plans and how, some different ideas about how to move that forward and to use that. We designated $2 million for that of the PG&E money, and we've spent about 250 of it so far. So it's kind of like brainstorming ideas about most efficient way to use it. Okay? Mendocino College had their 50th anniversary last Saturday. Very well attended, good event. Supervisor or Chair McGordy and I participated in economic development luncheons that were put on by the West Company on March 20th and 21st. One was on the coast and one was inland. It was certainly good to hear what some of the people who have significant numbers of employees were thinking about, ways that the county can be a partner in economic development. And so there were some good ideas, and I think the West Company is going to come out with a report from those luncheons. I attended the Civic Well Conference last weekend, maybe the weekend before, and there were certainly some good programs on broadband, remote workforce, carbon reduction efforts, and of particular interest to us is the wind farm out of Humboldt Bay. And that's going to be a huge project, and it's going to be happening within the next couple of years. It's probably a $10 billion project, and those, the wind turbines are going to be each blade of the wind turbine is going to be about a football field long, and they're going to be 20 miles out to sea. They're going to build them at the Humboldt Bay at the port, and then ship them out. They're going to be floating structures anchored down to the base of the ocean at that point. And so they're looking at different, once they get the energy to the port, then it's going to be transmitted either east to Redding or on these super lines down through Mendocino County down to Santa Rosa. So it's something that we should be aware of, and there's a lot of possibilities for the environment and also employment for this area. So the DEI training, there was a diversity, equity, and inclusion training that the CEO helped to organize, and I really appreciate that. Was with Dr. J. Africa. Well attended by department heads, and a lot of good energy and good information from that. And so I really appreciate the CEO doing that, which was part of our strategic plan. Okay. The Laytonville Library opened last Saturday, and I appreciate KZYX's coverage of that, yesterday's news article. And then the Great Redwood Trail Agency had an open house in Willits on March 23rd. And very well attended, people very interested in what's going on with the Great Redwood Trail and also the Willits Trail. There's that discussion just needs to happen, because there's certainly a lot of concerns about the Great Redwood Trail and how it will impact, ranchers and people in more remote areas. But at the same time, people need to be looking at what the possibilities are and the opportunities that it could bring to the inland area of Mendocino County. And lastly, I had a question for Chair McGordy. Is You know, we've been hearing a lot about this PG&E seismic review and the reduction of water capacity or carrying ability in the Lake Pillsbury. So I was just wondering if you could had any more information on that.
I do. So I can just talk about that real quickly. PG&E, as part of the decommissioning study, is required to do some environmental review of the facility to try to determine its future. And the seismic study was finished. It was done over the last 2 years, and it used to be that they thought there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that the structure would collapse in the event of a 6.6 magnitude earthquake, and now they think it's more like 1 in 900 using the modeling they do. So what they've determined is that while they normally would start closing the gates at the end of April to store another 10,000 acre feet in the facility, which holds about 80,000 acre feet, they've decided that they're going to leave the gates open, and the net effect of that is a reduction of water that will be transferred into the Potter Valley project. Potter Valley will have all the water they normally get. Often there's abandoned water, which then it gets caught at Lake Mendocino and is used then by agriculture downstream and by urban use downstream. And that typically would be around 60,000 acre feet. So with the gates not being able to be closed, it's going to be more like 20 to 30,000 acre feet, which means we're going to be in pretty much the same conditions that we've been in for the last 2 years with drought. So that water rights holders like that have appropriative rights for water after Russian River flood control and Sonoma County Water Agency use theirs probably won't get any water again this year after about sometime in July.
What's being created is a kind of a drought, perpetual drought circumstance.
Yeah.
Response. So what are the next steps that Mendocino County can take? Is there anything at this point that we can do about this?
There isn't a lot. This is a federal regulatory action by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, and they're negotiating directly with PG&E, and really their local stakeholders are not involved other than the Potter Valley Irrigation District, because they do have water rights with them, but the rest of us are just kind of sidelined. So we have to start thinking long-term about what's the future of that dam, and it's looking more and more like it's going to be difficult to keep it in place unless there's expensive retrofitting, and then the environmental groups are concerned about fish habitat behind it, so it looks less and less likely to me that we're going to be able to keep Scott Dam in place. So the next thing becomes, what do we do? And that would be a winter diversion when we have high flow rates, and there would be storage probably in Potter Valley. And the second thing that would happen is Lake Mendocino may be raised. And in fact, that was one of the things I was going to report on, is that Representative Huffman actually has the equivalent of an earmark in the Congress to provide funding of $500,000 to continue the studies of raising Coyote Dam. It was always intended that it would be raised. It was designed that way. And they identified where to get the fill and everything else, but of course times have changed, so they really need to update their environmental plan. And so Congressman Huffman's working on getting more funding so that we'd have the ability to store more water when flows are high in the Eel River. We'd be able to take them and move them into Lake Mendocino. So that's kind of sort of the working plan.
And that earmark would be for the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
So that's kind of what I know. Anyone else? Supervisor Mulhern.
I submitted my report in writing, but I do continue to have questions around economic development. I'm the board liaison to the West Company, and I hear that 2 board members went to 2 meetings. And I think that this, again, just reminds me to continue to remind the board that we need an internal economic development coordinator like we used to have with Tony Shaw. I think that having an outside agency doing economic development or relying on members of the Board of Supervisors is incredibly ineffective. So I would just like to put that out there again before we have budget conversations.
You must have ESP, because that's exactly what we were thinking, and we're coming back to the idea that we have a standing committee, which actually we were scheduled to talk about today, but we're not quite ready. So we probably do need some sort of a structure that would have an internal analyst attached to the CEO's office and the budget, or contracts and grants office, but also work with consulting firms on the outside that have more effective reach to other people interested in economic development in the community. And that's some of what we discussed in our two meetings that we had last week. And everybody agrees that the county needs to have a more active role in this because of the way that government grants are structured for economic development. So your instincts are good. John, any other comment you have on that?
No, I think you hit the key points of what's going to be coming forward.
So we do have an agenda item, I think it's April 25th, to discuss this a little bit more. So, right.
Sorry, we don't recall right now. I don't know if COB can check forecasting.
Okay. Supervisor Dirty.
Yeah, just 3 quick items. First, I've been communicating with staff. I just want to put it out there for the rest of the board. And I think I've included Supervisor Hashak on some of the emails about the issues that we've heard in the North County to the storm events, and just a continued request that we have some kind of follow-up meeting in the North County with both the fire departments, community organizations, to kind of, lessons learned from what worked, what didn't, what can we do in terms of better helping them communicate and get information from Caltrans, from PG&E, the cell phone companies, broadband consortium, because there's just a lot of sort of ongoing kind of infrastructure issues and just response issues that are, I think, unique to the north part of the county. And then 2 other items. Our Retirement Investment Board is taking a real deep dive in looking at our investments, which, the stock equities are principally about 60% is the S&P 500. Nothing surprising there. But in particular, we're looking at the things that are not the S&P 500, which are basically actively managed mutual funds. And my hope is that the end of that review will end up with a higher likelihood of even higher performance than the S&P 500 for those other non-S&P 500 stocks, funds. And then finally, Sonoma Clean Power, which serves everywhere in Mendocino County except the city of Ukiah, is about to launch a program to allow just individual businesses and individuals to help them respond when there's a high demand day. Usually it's no more than 2 or 3 days a month, but we've had the last several years where statewide there's just a big squeeze on the power supply system, usually between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. And anybody who has a smart meter, which is almost everybody, can participate. For signing up, you'll get a $25 credit on your statement, and for every reduction of a certain amount in your energy use on those days where the demand is really strained, you'll get a $2 credit on your energy bill. And you also have the opportunity, which I did, you can sign up to give that credit to the Mendocino Land Trust. They had 4 nonprofits selected, 3 in Sonoma, 1 in Mendocino, and the one they partnered with was Mendocino Land Trust. So you can either get the credit on your own statement if you sign up, or you can, like I said, in this opportunity, donate it to the Mendocino Land Trust. But the main point is, in the last year, they had to really rely heavily on some major industrial producers that use a lot of power, and it put a big strain on those businesses or even cities or running water and wastewater plants that almost basically had to shut them down when the state needed that power elsewhere. And so by spreading the participation in a more organized way with more consumers and more smaller businesses, hopefully it won't put quite the strain that it did last year on some really big users, like I said, city water plants, sewer plants, or major industrial users.
You know, it's really interesting, just a commentary both to you and Supervisor Haschak about the wind farm and the fact that right now PG&E is saying they can't deliver power much south of Fortuna. I'm kind of wondering how all that electricity is supposed to get distributed out of there, because we're talking a considerable amount of power that's going to be generated offshore. And then you hear about the fact they can't deliver power as it is with their existing infrastructure.
One other thing that is happening in California, and I think there was a 1-year delay, the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant is scheduled to be shut down, and so that is providing currently power into the statewide grid. It's not going to Snow Clean Power customers, and I don't think it's going to the City of Ukiah customers either, but it is providing power in Northern California. And so I think part of the issue facing the state is that's an example of a legacy source that's coming offline, and these other sources are coming online at the same time.
Supervisor Williams, anything to report? Okay, so the last thing I have to report was my participation as a judge in the science fair that MCOE put on at Mendocino College. That was really a lot of fun. It was fun just to see the enthusiasm. I was judging with a friend, the 6th to 8th graders, and the interesting place where they are socially, where they're kind of grown up but still kind of kids, and some of their background and assumptions and observations I was really impressed with. And there was also a science share fair that was outside of the buildings, because as they're waiting to be judged, they wanted to keep the kids busy. And I thought it was really a wonderful event, and I'd encourage any of you who get the chance to judge to do it. You don't have to be a scientist, it helps, but it's still a really wonderful event, and congratulations to MCOE for pulling that off. That's all that I have.
3H.
Yeah. Okay, unless there's anything else, I think
3H.
3H. Where is 3? Oh, that's right. We're supposed to go back to our directives. Thank you for reminding me. 3H.
This is Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Through the Chair, if I may, I would recommend making sure that there is no public comment for the last item.
Is there any public comment on the Supervisors Reports? Barring none, I think we're ready to move on to 3H. So it might be good if we can bring it up on the screen.
Would you like me to bring it up?
Well, and I'll just say that, when I was looking through this, I saw that some were, still active, and it would be a good thing to, since we do have some time right now, to go through it and just up or down, is it still active? Have we done it? And a reminder that if there is still work to be done, what we can be doing.
Okay, so 4F we're still working on, right?
So maybe a directive number we should go by.
So Directive 2301B. If we could get the screen so we can see what the directive is.
I'll be providing a report on consent at one of the April meetings.
So that's still ongoing?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So next item is general consensus of the board to direct Supervisor Jordy to work with Deputy Chief Executive Office Sherry Johnson regarding health plan options. Still going on? Okay. Next item, general consensus of the board to direct that the item go to the Planning Commission prior to coming back before the Board of Supervisors regarding movable tiny homes. I assume we're still working on that?
It says that PBS is incorporating the recommendations from the board into the inland zoning code.
So can we remove that as a directive because it's underway?
Yes, please.
Okay, next item is general consensus of the board to direct General Services Agency Director Janelle Rao to return with a CIP of $200 million, highlighting the difference in maintenance.
And then there's an update to the right that you don't see it on the big screen, on our screen.
So the update, if I may, through the chair, CEO Antle, GSA provides a list of critical capital projects annually as part of the budget process. So you'll be seeing that coming up here in June.
So should we remove that as a
I
directive?
recommend, let's strike it.
Okay, next item, general consensus of the board to direct Assistant County Counsel Scott to revise Article 3, Section 1 of draft bylaws to include that at least one member of the public from each supervisorial district be appointed to a public health advisory board.
I recommend we strike this. We can't afford it.
I believe we have we're scheduled to come back with an item on this one, and I believe the work may have already been done.
In which case, does it no longer need to be a directive?
It no longer needs to be a directive if it's complete.
Discussion and possible action, including review and direction to staff on the space needs assessment of county-owned facilities, general services.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That is in my office right now. There's a review specific to the child support building with respect to how the deeds and the purchases were done at the time that it was first purchased, and whether or not a non-child support agency could be housed in there without having to pay rent to the special fund that purchased it.
See, this is one that we should keep.
Because it's still ongoing?
Right.
Okay. Discussion and possible action, including review and direction to staff on the space needs assessment of county-owned facilities. General consensus of the board to relocate the Fort Bragg Public Health Office to the Avila Center or other suitable location in Fort Bragg. Where are we on this?
CEO Antle, that is underway.
Keep it?
Keep it or delete it?
Yeah, I mean, it's actively happening.
Okay. Delete? Okay.
Discussion and possible action, including direction for auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to provide financial information, request responses to Board of Supervisors by agreed upon timeframes.
So if I may, there's a number of items that were assigned to the executive office, the budget ad hoc on the 9/13 of 2022. And I'm looking to county council for direction on that, especially since we've had the discussion about what's really ad hoc and what should be a committee. So I'll look to Christian for this.
Yeah, and we did talk a little bit before about sort of concerns. We start to have a lot of referrals to an ad hoc about it starting to look more like a standing committee rather than an ad hoc committee. It may be better if some of these have not been acted upon to maybe remove the directives and either leave it to the executive office or the full board to address it, or otherwise look at whether you want to create a sort of a general standing committee for budget issues. But I believe this was beyond the scope of the original ad hoc, and I apologize for not flagging it at the time the referrals came up during the board meeting.
Well, could we just remove budget ad hoc, but keep some of the items? I mean, the item about the internal adjustments, documentation utilized in preparing annual reports, formulas, data, I think we still want that. That should be open.
Yes, you could certainly leave them open, but remove the ad hoc.
What are you talking about 22, 23N?
Well, for example,
I think you're saying N through.
Yeah, there's a
On
number
through
on
F,
9/13.
all of them.
Right.
So
like that, well, the financial reporting, we talked about that months ago. So is there any update on that from anyone?
Darcy Antle, the fiscal team has been working with our internal IT and Client First to navigate through that. Some of the challenges have been closing the books and getting the correct statements timely. Yeah.
But the status update is we're working on it, which is there's no work product or there's nothing to point at and say we did it.
No.
Right? So it's sort of a nothing update. I mean, no offense, people are working hard on it, but we haven't achieved any sort of tangible success yet.
Yeah.
When I say we, I mean CEO Antle and her team. So do we want to keep these financial related directives open? I'm afraid if we close them, we're likely to reopen at a future time.
Well, yeah, I think they're important, or they wouldn't have made it on this list. So the question is then, what's the mechanism forward to?
How about we remove budget ad hoc for compliance?
I do think that you have one, 22-23B. The budget ad hoc is listed as the only department, so you want to look at that one.
How about if we remove the budget ad hoc and assign all of these to the executive office?
But maybe we should go through them then. So the first one looks like it should go to the executive office. They're working on it.
Okay.
The second one, L.
Discussion and possible action, including direction for auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to provide financial information requests, responses to board of supervisors, agreed upon timeframes.
And that also has to do with reporting and the data. Executive office. Same, the third one is the same, pretty much.
Yeah, then fourth one, again, executive office. Fifth one.
So can that go to the executive office? G?
Again, Darcy Angel, there's update, there's progress. We've been meeting with people. We've met with outside consultant. We have a consultant teed up. But it requires more than just the executive office. It requires auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector.
Okay, what I would appreciate is if in this document, it could be updated as to what the executive office has done for the items. If you've completed your tasks or partially completed the tasks, and there's somebody else who the ball is in their court, then we need to know that. So there is a department update, it's just not complete, right? Okay.
So not to create another directive today, but are you saying the executive office is blocked on another department on these items?
When it comes to the financial reporting, that's correct.
Yeah, so I'm with Supervisor Mulhern. I think we want to include that. I mean, what would be helpful is if items that the executive office is blocked on, if those could get included in the CEO report so the board has some visibility. You know, it's one thing if you're blocked for a week, but if it's month after month, we want to know about it before it becomes a crisis.
And I guess a big picture question is, I feel like we're dumping a lot of stuff on the executive committee when the budget ad hoc was working with these items, these directives. So if there's still a need for board input, should we create the standing committee?
Not to hurt the budget ad hoc's feelings, but I don't think it's necessary for them to continue to work on the items if the executive office has partially completed their items. In my opinion, it continues to remain the same about the budget ad hoc, that it was about creating processes, creating a formatting, and not specifically individual tasks related to the budget. That was still my understanding and my intention with the budget ad hoc. So it seems as though removing them from the directives is sufficient enough, and then the executive office updating which portions they've completed.
Supervisor Williams.
I can support that, and I don't think creating another standing committee will solve anything. I mean, the five of us can discuss together more effectively than the board referring to the standing committee, and then the standing committee referring back to the board. It's a lot of excess processing. But the big picture here is we're a county that doesn't assess a lot of houses. We don't collect taxes from the houses that are on the tax rolls. We don't send out supplemental bills. We can't produce a balance sheet, and we don't know how much money we have. Right? That's how I would sum it up. And some of these items are touching on that, but this is the bottom line. Financially, we're kind of out of control here. The local chapter of the Boy Scouts can produce better financial records than our county. I don't think having a standing committee talk about it is really getting us anywhere. The executive office is sort of trying to battle it. I don't doubt the elected offices have insufficient staff, insufficient software. The software they bought 7 years ago doesn't work. There's lots of excuses, but ultimately the public expects us to fix this. And I don't know, I would almost bring it back as an agenda item, but we're going to rehash that we're in this predicament. We don't have enough information. We're working on it. There's nothing to report. You can tell I'm sort of hit my boiling point on I can't get a balance sheet. We're not collecting money. We don't know how much we have. It's really bad.
How do we get out of that? Anybody have any ideas?
Well, yeah, some strong leadership. With all due respect to the tax collector, auditor, controller, I think she needs to be in the room during our board meetings when we have these discussions and tracking. And when we hear there's not enough staff, that should be translated to, these are the positions that I need. These are the consultants that I need. This is the consultant to fix the software. We can't micromanage an elected department, but we can certainly provide the resources to get through the problem. And I feel like we've offered resources, and we're in no better position today than we were a year ago. We have accounting software that can't generate reports, and we're talking about, well, maybe if it gets within 99% accuracy on the dollar amount, we can sign off on it. We cannot sign off on that because whatever tweaks, flipping bits gets us to 99% doesn't guarantee it'll be 99% 5 years from now, right? We should be asking, why are the formulas wrong? Why are the flags wrong? This is kind of at a crisis level that our data is in proprietary software that where we can't migrate elsewhere. We can't go back to what we were using previously because we'll lose all of the data entry and we probably don't have a journal of it to reapply it. And I hope this isn't new to anybody on the board, but it points to we need to have these discussions here with everyone present.
Well, in talking with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector last night, that she said that she is going to be out of town and everything. So anyway, I think that, if we do have some problems. I totally agree with what you're saying is we can't get that information. We need to have that information. At the same time, I think the board needs to look at the big picture too. We created this auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector position. We thought it was going to be doing some things that we were told it couldn't do, and now we're living the dream of not having those things work out. And so what do? Maybe we need to step back and rescind that ordinance of consolidation or something because it's not working.
Supervisor Haschek, we're not collecting taxes because we haven't billed for supplemental for multiple years. 2015, 2017, for example. That has nothing to do with action of the last year of combining positions. Some of us voted to combine the positions because of the problems that were pre-existing and the finger pointing. It's not my office, it's your office, right? Now the buck stops here, there's one office. This board did not order consolidation of departments. We said there will be one department head that's responsible. Departments, we never said you have to integrate the offices. These these problems here are not one elected official. Go back to predecessors. This has been a long time in the making. When we hear legacy cannabis, I think legacy county financials. This county has done a really bad job with record keeping. And the chair is asking, how do we get out of it? I think that's the right question to ask. And I think it'll be expensive, and we have to do it because we want to set up the next generation for being able to produce a balance sheet. But we're not going to get there by rolling back an ordinance or blaming the board did this or that last year. These problems are decades in the making. This county can't report how much money it has. County Council?
I was just going to say, Mr. Chair, this item was agendized for a review of the directives. I do think you have some ability to discuss the substance of the directives, but I don't know that you're necessarily going to be able to sort of find new policy directions, et cetera, without a separately agendized item.
Chair, would you consider a separately agendized item coming back where we could consolidate all of these open directives related to financials?
Yes.
And ask the CEO to come with some options. This board does better if you give us options, like, do you want to do A, B, or C, rather than open-ended, here's a problem, what are you going to do?
And I also agree with Supervisor Williams that this is nothing new. This is somehow, I mean, discussions I've had with Supervisor Jurdy in the past about treasurer, tax collector, auditor, controller indicates that we always haven't had the best policies and procedures in terms of how we account for our money. And I think this is part of our challenge for this board, is to try to fix this and move it forward. I mean, if you don't know what you got in the bank, how can you run a business? Much of the county is a business as far as accounting for money, and we're not doing it. The fact we have no financials at our meetings is kind of crazy. I don't belong to any other organizations that don't have financials at every meeting, or at least monthly. So if I'm wrong, somebody correct me. All right, let's keep moving. All right, so we've got next down on the list is.
I believe on item 2219, the consent calendar for Forefront Partners.
2219.
August 16th, 22 consent calendar item.
Okay.
Was related to the cannabis department. Sorry, Atlas, I turned my microphone on wherever you are. It is related to the cannabis department and Forefront Partners and some invoicing that was requested. It seems as though this is something the executive office could potentially work with the department to just submit these to whoever needed to see them. I'm not sure why the delay.
Yeah, we did check with with Kristen Nevedal on this item, and she didn't feel it was necessary, but I can definitely pull those invoices and provide them to you all.
Delete.
Yeah, delete the directive.
Now, do we need to go back to the previous one that's just the budget ad hoc?
Was part of the directives from September 13th that are going to be included in the agenda item that the CEO is going to bring forward.
Wait, I think that item is directed to specifically to the ad hoc, and I know I've done my portion of the CSAC and RCRC. I'm not quite sure if the ad hoc had did any follow-up on their side.
Well, it seems like if the CEO has done part of it, then we should just leave it at this point and delete. Because you have the information that we can glean from RCRC and CSAC.
Yeah, I think we can delete that. And it falls under the headline of having financial reports at our board meetings, which is something that we expect. All right.
The temporary camping looks like it's being worked on. PBS is incorporating the recommendations into the inland zoning code update, so I think that we could delete that if it's being processed.
Okay, so General consensus of the board to direct staff to return with an answer as to whether the current cannabis ordinance process is streamlined as possible. I think we're working on that.
Yeah, so this is actually the one that kicked off our cannabis item last meeting. I feel like it's underway. We can delete it now.
Okay. General consensus of the board to direct the cannabis program director to submit in writing the second meeting of each month an update on cannabis program statistics.
Those are happening, so that directive can be deleted.
Okay.
Delete.
General consensus of the board to direct staff to create online option for fee payment, permit payment.
Delete.
Delete.
Happening.
Okay.
In the CEO report today.
General consensus of the board interested in facilitating workforce housing and including workforce housing that would include the broadest possible spectrum on the medium area income.
I don't know what we're asking staff to do here. I mean, build houses?
Well, there have been some meetings, regional meetings that PBS has participated in, maybe even coordinated with the jurisdictions, and so I think that this needs to be an ongoing one where, you know, we're looking at housing, trying to look at different housing options and what we can do working together.
Well, I think it's ongoing, but it doesn't need to be a directive. I mean, that's something that every year when we meet with the planning and building director can be included in the department head review. It's not a
I would
directive. Delete it.
This isn't like everything in progress.
Okay, general consensus of the board to direct staff to review the Boonville Fairgrounds as a potential site for community resource center public use during outages.
This is similar to the child support building one. We have identified the relevant code sections, and I believe we're actually coming back to the board on that. Is it May?
I think it's May.
Okay. To answer some of the questions that the board had.
Delete.
I think we can delete it. Sounds like it's underway. Okay, so general consensus of the board to direct staff to return at a future meeting with an agenda item regarding the minimum tax required for cannabis cultivation, including information regarding the appeals process of said cannabis tax. Delete, we're done. Delete. General consensus of the board to direct staff to proceed with streamlined actions 1 and 2 listed in the attached memo, Mendocino County Code Chapter 6.104 business licenses.
I don't know if I catalyzed this one, but I did have an item at one point related to getting rid of the business license because I see other counties have done that. You assume people are operating legally, less regulation, and we lose money on all those permits, right? We don't get full cost recovery. Would you like that to come back to this board at a future time? I think it was the previous board.
Well, it says that the update from March 13th is directive remains on priority list for department, but has been deferred over several years with agreement of the board to address higher priority task.
Yeah, so if you want, I can bring back a proposal so that staff doesn't have to, but it'll be to strike the business license, to deregulate, which will enable economic development and cut down on our cost of operations.
What's the loss of income to the county by
We lose
shipping?
money on it. We get $40 and we spend more than $40 to process it. And we have planning and building do a plan check. Even if it's your house, you're a watercolor artist, no customers, we do a plan check on your house. We probably lose money on that as well, and it clogs our planning and building department's queue. You want to do it? Lake County assumes businesses operate legally in the unincorporated, except for a small list like Christmas Tree Farm and maybe Piercings. There's a few businesses they regulate, but for the most part, they assume businesses are operating legally.
County Council, is this something that you've reviewed or would have to review? So the legality of that, the liability exposure?
What we need to review is the ordinance change in terms of there being exposure of removing a business license process. There are a few things that we might want to check to see where it's tied into other pieces of the county code. There may not be much, but I do not believe there's any requirement to have a business license. It's simply an option to make that a requirement.
Sure, delete it, and Supervisor Williams can bring back an item.
I'll bring it back, and I think we can bring back County Council Kit Elliott's analysis from the time.
Okay, so Board of Supervisors directs County Council to return on the March 24th, 2020 regular meetings with an enforcement plan. Focus on mitigating expenses and affirm our intention to collaborate with industry to research compliance with willingness to fast-track alternatives where possible to intentionally killed and left standing trees. I think we're past that, right?
I believe that was one of the very first COVID casualties. Based on the timing there, we put that on the back burner. And then since that time, the board had given different direction regarding code enforcement priorities, particularly as to cannabis and to putting resources elsewhere. And I know I'd heard from at least one of the sponsors that maybe this was less of a priority at the time. I would like to be able to remove this one from the directive list if the board is comfortable with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I would just add, Darcy Antle, CEO, if I may, through the chair, your next item there is well underway at Planning and Building. That's D81, I think. And it's well underway, and underway at other departments are beginning to look at it. In reviewing the facility list, noticed that we had over 30 storage units for social services. So I've asked Becky to pull together an initiative to start. Now, she will need input from county council, as there is some requirement to keep some files for the lifetime. But even if we scan those over time, we will have them digitized. So we will be looking there, but not all her documents have to be saved.
So this was my item from 2019. That gives you a sense of the speed the county moves. But it's great to see it finally happening. Would the board have any interest in this one being removed and coming back as an update on maybe the progress we've made? You know, are we 25% or 75%? And an emphasis on, can we stop generating paper that has to later be scanned? We spend $85,000 a year in paper. Gives you a sense of.
I don't need an update. I think that we
How about
have
in the
made it
CEO
clear.
report?
I mean, if it's easy to calculate. Otherwise, I think we've made it pretty clear, even some of us on the dais have done this to any kind of paper. So it seems clear.
All right, well, I'm expecting a paper tax internally, sort of like carbon tax trading.
I think the last one could be deleted as well.
Delete the last one. That's it.
I would hope that now that we've done this process, that it wouldn't get quite so out of hand and that things are, years behind. So I'll look forward to seeing the updated version. I also know that it was previously anticipated that it would always be in the CEO report. I suppose that does seem like a way for the board to keep track and keep eyes on it. I just don't want to see it get to 6 pages again.
And it concerns me that it's a spreadsheet. Is that how we're tracking internally? Isn't there software for tracking where you can see what you're blocked on, how much time has gone in, who's assigned, updates, a history? I mean, spreadsheet's kind of a crude tool for this.
Can we have a Gantt chart?
Yeah, can we get a Gantt chart?
I will just note that Microsoft, I believe, charges extra beyond the suite that we are currently paying for the software that will provide a Gantt chart.
Well, but what is the cost to staff time if we're emailing spreadsheets? I mean, you have no change history. And what if 2 people are making changes at the same time? It's the wrong tool.
I don't disagree with you, and we can certainly look at a better tool to move it. Maybe that's with the Track-It system. But I really appreciate the work to remove these. There is work that goes on to them, and cleaning up the prior, and then cleaning up those 913 items of 2022 really clean this list up a bit. So thank you for that.
That's it, huh? Public comment? Any final public comment? All right, well, with that, I think we're able to